Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Senator Garland Gudger. Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, life comes at us fast. There's things that we think that we're in control of and we're not. The key for all of us, Lord, is even when you get discouraged, when family and friends let us down, we keep our eyes focused on you. You're the one that gives us peace, that gives us strength, that gives us confidence, that gives us patience. And the more that we look at you, the closer we get to you, which is where we need to be in our marriages, in our relationships, and everything that we do, with even just our tone of talking with one another. Help us to always look at you and remember, as in Isaiah 61, your hand is upon us, and let us feel your warmth. We love you, Lord, and we thank you for this body. May we always make the right decisions for the state of Alabama and always have people out there always knowing that we're doing what's right. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Senator Gudger. Today, the pledge will be led by Emily Price. Emily's a student at Pike Liberal Arts School in Troy, and she is paging for Senator Carnley. All right, thank you. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Milson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shillnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 32 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Senator Beasley.
Thank you for the recognition. Mr. President, I'd like for the Senate to be able to go in recess for just a few moments, maybe a few minutes, to recognize Miss Eufaula, and we want to have a resolution for Mental Health Awareness Day in the state of Alabama.
All right, we need a motion for recess to call the chair.
I'd like to make a motion to call the chair.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered. We stand in recess at the call of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Beasley has some important guests that are going to be joining us in the chamber in our recess. And then once they are here, we will give the mic back to him to be able to talk about and describe these important Alabamians that are going to be with us this morning.
Senator Beasley, did you want us to read the resolution?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
All right.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like for you to read the resolution.
Okay. Could you hand the resolution to Marshall, please?
I will.
Senate Joint Resolution designating May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the state of Alabama by Senator Beasley. Whereas there is a proven connection between good mental health and overall personal health, and whereas mental illnesses in some way affect most every family in the United States, and whereas 50% of all lifetime mental illness begins by 14 years of age, 75% of mental illness manifests by 24 years of age. Whereas people with mental illnesses have the possibility of recovering if given the necessary services and support in their communities. And whereas with early and effective treatment, those individuals with mental health conditions could recover and lead full, productive lives. And whereas millions of adults and children are disabled by mental illnesses every year. And whereas only 1 out of 2 people with a serious form of mental illness seeks treatment for his or her mental illness. And whereas stigma and fear of discrimination keep many who would benefit from mental health services from seeking help. And whereas research shows that the most effective way to reduce stigma is through personal contact with individuals who have a mental illness. And whereas greater public awareness about mental illnesses can change negative attitudes and behaviors towards individuals with mental illnesses. And whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen share the burden of mental health issues and has a responsibility to promote mental health wellness and advocate for support and prevention efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the month of May 2024 is designated as Mental Health Awareness Month in the state of Alabama, and each citizen, government agency, public and private institution, business, and school is encouraged to take this month to recommit our communities to increasing awareness and understanding of mental illness, reducing stigma and discrimination, and promoting appropriate and accessible services for all people who are suffering with mental illness.
Mr. President,
Senator Beasley.
I'd like to move for passage of the resolution.
Well, yeah,
Don't have to? Yeah. I guess.
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, it's my pleasure today to introduce to you Miss Eufaula, Miss Caitlin Berry, and we're proud to have you here with us today, Caitlin, to represent Barber County in the state of Alabama as we recognize Mental Health Awareness Day in the state of Alabama. And I'd like for you to say a few words if you like.
Okay. So my name is Caitlin Berry, and I'm from Eufaula, Alabama. I am Miss Eufaula. And I pretty much chose mental health because I just really wanted to advocate for it because of my personal story. I've struggled with anxiety and depression for a little long time, and I just really want to help break the stigma around mental health. And I was always just so scared to just come out because I was always just scared that somebody was going to judge me if I said, oh, well, I have anxiety. So we're just working on breaking the stigma one person at a time. So thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members of the Senate. Mr. Pro Tem, you'd like to say a few words?
Yes, sir. Senator Beasley, thank you so much for bringing this resolution. Caitlin, there's no question I would have a lot of anxiety if I had on a scarf and a crown and was in here talking to this group. So you're obviously doing fantastic. We're proud of you and proud of your stance, proud of your platform in regards to mental health and the importance. And I know that is a topic that is important to the Alabama legislature. Certainly the members of the Alabama Senate support you and Senator Beasley in this topic. And as we work on budget-related issues, there's a lot of resources from the people of Alabama that go to topics focused specifically on mental health issues. So thank you for being with us today.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
I want to say to you that I'm just real proud that you took up that issue. My colleagues know I'm real focused on mental health and mental illness and that. But what you stand for is something that the young people in this state need. They don't have a voice. They really don't. I mean, they don't have lobbyists in that hall. They don't have anybody down here who speak. We try to do what we do, but they don't have somebody speaking up and down that hall and as a beacon light that they can point to. You committed yourself to do that, and I'm real proud of you. And I know you're gonna feel like it's a heavy weight sometime, but just know that you're speaking for every young person, people who got ADHD, people who have what you were just saying. You are their beacon light. So continue to do that and don't fray away from it at all, because I'm sure that's one of those missions that the Lord has put for you. So embrace it like you have, and I can't speak for everybody in here, but I'll speak for the ones who will allow me. And when we as a legislature, whatever we need to do to help these young people, we take recommendations and considerations. So don't feel like you can't tell us through your experiences out there with them, what we need to try to look to do. And may God be with you.
All right. Thanks, Senator Smotherman.
This, Mr. President, this concludes the resolution.
All right. Thank you. All right. Understand we have one other order of business. Senator Hatcher, while we're in recess.
Yes, Mr. President, I do have a resolution to be read in honor of the owner, and certainly the owner's son of Chris's Hot Dogs. And we'll say more in a moment, but also his relative, Mrs. Stephania Jones, is here with the Department of Commerce. So I would ask if she can come in.
Ms. Jones, if you'll join us, please.
Go ahead. She's here.
Senate resolution mourning the death and celebrating the life of Theophilus Chris Katechis. Whereas it is with deep sadness that we note the passing of Montgomery, Alabama on April 24, 2024 at the age of 78. Whereas his passing leaves a void in the lives of his loving family, many friends, and the community where he was beloved and highly regarded. And whereas Theo Katechis served his country with pride and distinction in the United States Navy and was stationed on the USS Shikori tugboat, he later joined the Navy Reserve. He was a 1969 graduate of Auburn University, having earned a Bachelor of Science in Livestock Animal Husbandry, and had plans to be a farmer, which were waylaid to work in the family business, though he did have a family farm that he enjoyed immensely. And whereas Theo spent most of his life running the family business, Chris's Famous Hot Dogs, in downtown Montgomery. The restaurant was founded by his father, Christopher Katechis, in 1917. They worked side by side until his father's passing in 1988. He carried the tradition and worked alongside his own son, Gus. Theo had the rare joy of loving his job and was passionate about bringing joy to his customers with food and the comfort of a family atmosphere. Whereas Theo was a devoted member of the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Church and especially enjoyed the Labor Day Greek barbecue. He also enjoyed Auburn football and cheered the Tigers to many victories. He was a devoted father and grandfather and enjoyed taking his boys to games, and he loved being outdoors, either walking his dogs or fly fishing at the family farm. Whereas Theo Katechis was preceded in death by his parents, Christopher Anastasios Katechis and Annie Camuse Katechis, and his brother James Christopher Katechis, he will be lovingly remembered by his soulmate and wife, Angia Abbott Katechis, sons Randy Katechis, Theo Gooden, Gus Katechis, Chris Katechis, and Chase Katechis. Granddaughters Trinity Gooden, Savannah Gooden, Cora Rose Katechis, and Constance Katechis, and his siblings Christopher Katechis, Rose Katechis Kerrigan, and Dr. Nia Katechis Terazakis, and a host of other family and friends. And whereas although his presence will be greatly missed, the memory of Theo Katechis will be cherished in the hearts of all who knew and loved him. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that the death of Theo Chris Katechis is recorded with deep sadness, and this resolution is offered in tribute to his life and with heartfelt sympathy to his family, whose grief is shared by many.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I want to mention briefly that my grandmother took me to Chris's Hot Dogs when I was probably about 6 or 7 years old. And my grandfather knew the founder, Chris, because this is a restaurant that's been in our community for I think 107 years. As of yesterday. As of yesterday, and the beauty of Chris's Hot Dogs was a place, obviously, where people could come together with different backgrounds socioeconomically and just have a hot dog. It is the beauty of being able to bring people together around, as my grandmother would say, around the table, because you're always careful about breaking bread with folk because it's a spiritual act. And so we are grateful for his memory. Stephanie is going to the memorial right after this service. Gus is continuing to carry on the family tradition. And one other thing I would share with you that you must keep secret. My name actually is Greek, all of it. Lycurgus Phanthethios Hatcher. If you say that to anyone, I'll say you lied. But I will tell you that one of the things my grandmother said, because my middle name has 13 letters in it, and it took me a while to keep all the letters in it. My grandmother said, don't worry about it, baby. She said, your mother was in labor when they asked to name you. And so I want to turn it over to Stephanie to say a word or two about her family, and then we'll go.
Thank you. Well, Senator Hatcher, thank you, and we will gladly accept you as one of our own in the Greek community. So thank you all for allowing me privileges to be here today to accept this on behalf of the family. The service starts at 11 a.m., and I'll be over there with them celebrating Theo's life. It's actually being live streamed as well because his family knows that his true joy was serving this community for many years. And Senator Hatcher, you mentioned that people could just sit down and have a hot dog. One of Theo's he didn't brag about it, but I'll brag about it for him. Chris and his father, my Uncle Chris, it was a very proud moment for our family. He was running Chris's Hot Dogs during the heart of the civil rights movement, and when many businesses in town were refusing service to people of color, Uncle Chris refused to do that. You were welcome through the front doors, and everybody was equal in his restaurant. So thank you all so much for this, and we will be continuing his legacy. His wish was that the restaurant only be closed on the day of his funeral, so we'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones, for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've had a meal at Chris's Hot Dogs, raise your hand. I think that's a pretty good testament to this restaurant. With that, Mr. President, I think we're finished up. We're ready to go back into session.
All right, Senate is back in session. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President.
All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, we need to excuse absent senators.
Yes. Yeah, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
And Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, introduction of bills.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 219 by Senator Shelnut and others relating to agriculture. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator Reed.
I think we would make a motion to concur, calling the long roll.
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to know at least what we are concurring to on this amendment, because I understand that this bill came back up, made some changes and made some appointment changes. Those appointments were something that I was very, very concerned about in terms of the Farm Federation had more appointments than the governor had in this particular bill. And I understand that there may have been, excuse me, some movement in this bill in terms of appointment, because we put an amendment on here where the minority leader in the Senate and the minority leader in the House had an appointment. And I'm hearing, and I don't know to be true, that it is a merge kind of thing to where we both get together to appoint someone. And that's going to be unacceptable. I think we just start the house to being burned down with that if we can't get our changes back there. So the thing is that I just think that this bill again is still that bad bill. I think that while Jefferson County seem to be feeling that they're going to be a benefit, I personally think that that benefit is not as extensive as they think it is. I think because no tax dollars will be going back to the county. This is going to be a multi-million-dollar process, and where the county is giving up all of its powers to tax and spend under this particular project. But at the end of the day, Mr. President, I would like to yield to the gentleman from Jefferson without losing my time and place.
All right, Senator Smithman.
Senator, let me say first, I commend you what you've done on this bill. What I'm talking about now had nothing, and I want everybody listening there, had nothing to do with none of y'all. The Senate had nothing to do with what I'm talking about, okay? So I want y'all to know that it's more information. But I do want to say this. In 2024, remember what year we're in. In 2024, it's about time that we don't be put in some position. I want you to listen, because that's what happened. I ain't saying that was, I don't know why, but the results of what happened. It's about time that we be treated as a full citizen. Black folk being treated as a full citizen. We shouldn't have to go through somebody else to send some names so they can clear them on who we would refer, whoever the appointing authority is. We're not doing it to anybody else on there. We're not doing it from the governor's appointments. We're not doing it from the other people appointments. All the appointments that we saying got to be pre-cleared are the ones that the African Americans have on there. That's telling you that we ain't equal. That's what it's saying. That's what it's saying. Y'all, you may not see that way, but come over on this side of the floor and you will understand what I'm saying. You are not faced with that. Remember I said earlier, we don't get the benefit of the doubt that we know what we're doing on nothing in life. And this is a clear example that only way black folk can get on there is that we got to get the okay from somebody that ain't black. Come on, man, this 2024. That amendment is totally unacceptable. That's totally unacceptable. I'm not half a man. I'm a full man. And that's what that amendment is saying, that we are half a people. And we got to get it cleared through somebody else to be considered whole. They go back to the root of what we had to deal with from the very beginning. Very beginning. It's amazing how time changed, but sometimes things remain the same. And that's what this is. And ain't y'all didn't do it. I want you to understand that. Y'all did not do it in this Senate. That's right. But you ain't got to accept what's wrong. You don't have to be a part of what's wrong. And that's wrong. It ain't nothing right about that. I thought we were going to have a great day. I really thought we were going to have a great day. Because you can't see on the special order calendar, the messages are not on there. So you don't know. I looked at this calendar. I said, we can get through this calendar, work through these budgets, work through those bills that's on there, because there's some good bills on there after the calendar. Don't get me wrong. And work through some of the local bills and get on out of here. But now we got this issue. And this issue ain't got nothing to do whether somebody support the farm thing or not. My name is on the list, and I voted for the farm bill. But that's a bill that didn't treat me like I'm half of a man. Them amendments treats me like I'm half of a man. And I ain't gonna accept being treated like half of a man. Too many folks on my side have died so that I can be considered as a whole man. And I ain't going, I wanna say this vigorously. I ain't interested in nothing we do in here going backward, taking me back. I ain't interested in that. I want everybody to understand that. I know y'all do, but I ain't just talking to y'all. I'm talking to whoever's listening. I'm not interested in that. So no. My good senator, we got to move to not accept this amendment so we can pass this bill, or we got problems. That's all I can say, just point blank. We got problems. We got serious problems from here to sign and die. We got problems. You know, that's the core. That's the core. It ain't about some dollars in a budget or anything. It's the core. It goes to our heart. It goes to our soul. It goes there. It goes there. So I want you to understand, this is deep. This ain't somebody complaining and up here about some issue and how they feel. This is to our core as a people. Like I said, I know you don't understand it because you never had to be in our shoes. So you don't understand when I say the core. But it goes to the heart of us. So no, that's totally 110% unacceptable. And that ain't nothing we can do about that but do what we're doing now until we put that amendment in its place. There's no place in this body for that kind of an amendment. No place whatsoever. So no. I didn't walk. Hey, when I woke up this morning, I looked at this on my email, and I said, "This is a great calendar." I'm just telling you what I really said. I've talked to some of y'all. You know, I said, "Look, yeah." I said, I see us getting. I even talked about what because I got to speak at a commencement in the morning and can't work the whole day. I said I can get back and do some work this evening and work on into the night to make up for what I can't do. But this situation, it just done totally, as I said, it throwed a big brick in the middle of the highway. And we got to move this brick. We got to move it because it's just like a car running over the brick. This thing here gonna cause some damage. This amendment gonna cause some damage, you know, and we don't need that kind of situation. We got a good budget going, and I tell you something, and I want to thank the chairman of the budget. I want to thank everybody on the committee, and I'm sure I'll be thanking y'all if we can get there. And that's this. I appreciate y'all feeding the children. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I thought about the children this morning. I had a good breakfast. Good breakfast. But imagine these children that can't get nothing to eat once they walk out of school in May. Nothing. Zero. Can you imagine waking up and not being able to eat? Can you imagine opening the refrigerator, ain't nothing in there? Can you imagine opening the cabinets, ain't nothing in there? And then after that, can you imagine your stomach growling? And it's growling all the way up to lunch and it ain't nothing there? Then you ask, why are those kids taking something out of the store? Why they doing? Ain't nobody gonna sit up and starve to death. Is nobody gonna sit there and say the right thing to do is don't do what you gotta do, get some food, so you just gonna starve and die. That's not gonna happen, and you all realize that. So I wanna thank you for that. I wanna say that. I wanna thank the committee. I wanna thank the chair for that. And hopefully I'll be thanking everybody else in here for that. But being back to this amendment, no sir. No sir. I'm not saying y'all for it. That ain't my point. I ain't for it. And I just told you why. It goes to the core. The core. The very core of the persons that we are. Y'all too, for that matter. But I'm telling you through our experiences. You know. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me tell you. I've said this before. Imagine somebody trying to tell you, talking about separate but equal. Imagine that. Then you go to school, then you get a book that's been outdated, the information outdated, and it's raggedy as I don't know what. And then, but you want to say it's separate but equal. These things tell me that there's still some folks in their mind don't think we equal. That's what this tells us. You don't think we equal. No. And if you want to know what plants this thought the most, I remind myself every day I walk into that office in the hall. And And if you get a chance, I'll show you when we go down the hall what I'm talking about. Right by the TV is a picture on the wall. It's the last men who look like me before Reconstruction, where they started this mess talking about we ain't no full citizen and all that old stuff. So this is back in the 1800s that this country recognized us as a full citizen and a full man and woman. 1800s. Now we in 2024. You want to tell me I'm half of a man now? No, sir. No, and that's what that amendment does. So no, I'm not going to sit here and allow that to be treated like half of a man. I'm not going to do it. I'm not. As I said, there's too many people like Medgar Evers that died, was hung, assassinated. Martin Luther King, assassinated, so that I would not have to be a half of a man. So I'm not going to stand here and allow that. So that's why I'm here, and I want everybody to know that that may be controlling of where we are between now and Saturday die. That's how serious this is. That's how serious this is, y'all. This is serious. This is just as serious as a heart attack. It's serious. So, I mean, that's why you see me expressing. I want you to understand how real serious this is. So it ain't something to take light. It ain't something to brush over. It's something to give consideration and give respect for what I'm saying. And that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm talking now. And you see what I got on? I thought it was going to be a shoe day. But I'm headed back to the office when we get a break and put them tennis shoes on. Because it looks like it's going to be a tennis shoe day. See, I thought it was a shoe day. I'm just telling y'all, I thought this was a shoe day. I talked to I ain't going to call the name, but I talked to another senator this morning. Did I not say I thought we were going to be able to get out of here? That's right, I said that. I had no idea this stuff was going to pop up.
Never know.
You never know, you're right. So, I mean, it's obvious. I'm telling you where my mind was. I'm with you. I was with you in terms of what you wanted to do today. I was with you. And I still am once we get past this. But we got to get past this. That amendment cannot, not the part talking about you got to get clearance through somebody else. No, it ain't. I say it this way. If we gonna have to get clearance, then let everybody have to get clearance. Let everybody on the list get clearance. That's all I'm saying then. You got two options. Get that junk off or make everybody be under that. And when you put the group for clearance, we want some diversity on that group. Yeah, on the clearing group. But let's put an amendment said there'll be a committee form that will have to clear the recommendations. Instead of saying ours is the only one that's got to be clear. And I'll go along with that. And then we'll put the two minority leaders on the committee of the clearing, and then we'll get clearing. Let them still send the two, one send, the other two send, and let everybody else send two. And let the committee select from that who will be on the board. That's fair. That's fair, right across the middle. So either we get rid of this, or we set it up that everybody is treated the same way. That's just that simple. So if anybody got some recommendations or suggestions or support or whatever, come on over and let me know. You can text me. You can send me a message. Send a little dove over here and drop the message. It don't matter. But that's where we coming from on this situation. No way we can do that. No way. No way. So I hope somebody's working on it. But if they're not, then I can't make nobody work on it. All I can do is make sure that everybody understands what this is, what impact it has on the makes us feel terrible over here that in 2024 we still being treated like half of a man and woman. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I mean, I'm in shock, really. to walk in here to the first thing pop up is this. I was getting ready to vote for it till the senator reminded me of what this amendment said. I was in shock. I was back there finna do something else. I was in shock. I was talking to the senator right there, and I said, what? I couldn't believe this. I couldn't believe it. So no, not in this lifetime. Yes, so I just tell you, you know, I tell you what, Mr. President, we might need to recess and then let them go up and caucus. Let them go to their caucus room so they can work this out, and then we come on back, because that might save us time versus us up on this mic all day. I'm just trying, I know folks want to get out of here, and I ain't got no problem with that. I'm just trying to think of the best way to get this started the quickest. So, and they can do it in the privacy. We don't have to be there. So you understand what I'm trying to say? They can work that out and come on back with the right solution. They ain't got to say who did what or what. Out here, you got to kind of see who did what or what. But if that's a concern,
He wide open.
if that's a concern, Mr. President, I yield back to Senator Singleton.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I concur with Senator Smitherman, because at the end of the day, you go in and you take the appointments away from the minority appointments that we put on the bill, and then you turn around and strain it back up in our face, knowing they're gonna have to come back up here. I can't understand for the life of me that this organization continues to want to have what they want, but we had a gaming bill that was out here that was going to bring in millions and hundreds of millions of dollars into the state, but they fought so hard against the gaming bill, and then therefore now going to turn around and come and ask us for about $80 million next year probably to fund this particular center. How do you stop a funding source and then going to turn around and ask me for money? That is crazy. I don't understand it. I just don't understand it, the logic behind that. And I guess that's just the arrogance of the people who are behind this whole concept, that they feel like they could just walk over those who have a vote out here on this floor. And so you wanted to take away the minority appointments to this piece of legislation. This is a piece of legislation that's going to yield hundreds of millions of dollars, and the counties of Jefferson would not get a dime. Not will get a dime from this. And so, but you want to take the black members who are on this commission off the commission. I even gave them a solution that you would let Alabama A&M and Tuskegee have an appointment on here. Two 1890 schools, farm-based school with backgrounds in agriculture, could have easily made these appointments. We would have been satisfied, but they decided not to even do that. But then you're gonna come around and slap us in the face with the appointment that you give. No, that's not gonna be acceptable. We'll stand here all day because I understand the rules. We'll make a motion to non-concur and talk on it for a couple of hours here before we can even go anywhere and move forward today. And I mean, that was just an embarrassment, and we're not going to take it. We're going to stand here. We have to be here all day long before we allow you to run over us in that capacity.
Right.
I will yield to the pro tem.
All right, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's obvious that we've got some significant concerns, and as I've had conversations with folks in the chamber, Republicans and Democrats, I think there's some confusion as to what's transpired on this very important piece of legislation related to appropriate representation. So recognizing that, the way we handle those kinds of things is to be able to have our folks continue to work on it. So what I would like to do is make a substitute motion at this point that we non-concur and go to conference.
All right,
do we have a good roll? All right, using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
I'd encourage the members to vote aye.
Good job. Recognize what happened.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 28 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate non-concurs and goes to conference. Conferees are Senator Smitherman, Senator Shellnut, and Senator Williams. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 475 by Representative Ingram and others regarding the city of Millbrook in Elmore County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 473 by Representative Hulk Jones regarding Baldwin County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 200 by Representative England regarding medical examiners is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, so I think this finishes our House messages that we have at this point that we're going to take up.
Got two more.
We have two more.
Two more that you gave me. Yes, sir.
Okay. What are they?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir. Those are House first. I want to take those.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 442 by Representative Wood R. regarding Calhoun County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 227 by Representative Simpson regarding government ethics is referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator Reed.
this last bill that's being assigned, I know is of interest to the members of this body. It is coming from the House as the ethics legislation, and so it's being assigned to our Judiciary Committee. So I know that was an important topic. I wanted people to make note of that this morning. I think that finishes the House messages. We'll continue with the regular order, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reed. Now we'll move on to committee reports.
From the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 301 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 339 receives a favorable report by a vote of 16 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 441 receives a favorable report by a vote of 16 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 269 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 2 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 298 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 284 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 51 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance, Taxation, Education, House Bill number 236 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 346 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes, 1 nay. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 358 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 1 nay.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 201 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 479 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills will receive their second reading and be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 121, appointing Randy Owen to the Jacksonville State University Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirms Randy Owen to the Jacksonville State University Board of Trustees. Do we have a long roll in place? Okay, using previous roll, no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. This confirmation is confirmed. Randy Owen's confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 120, appointing James Harvey to the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirms Jimmy Harvey to the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission using previous roll, no objection.
Senator Sessions, you'd like to speak on the motion?
Yes, briefly, very briefly here. Senator Weaver, thank you. And it has certainly nothing to do with this appointee, but I don't know if you saw the news yesterday, but the selections of this commission are still hung up in court on integrated license. So a message to the entire commission is to please try and do your job diligently and correctly. We haven't gotten it right yet. There are patients out there that need this medication. And so I just, want to send that message that we want this appointee and all others to do their jobs and to do it properly and correctly. So thank you for the opportunity. I don't know if Senator Singleton, did you want to address it? Thank you.
Senator Sessions. Motion was to confirm using the previous roll. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. Jimmy Harvey's confirmed to the Medical Cannabis Commission. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 59, appointing John Carroll to the Tuscaloosa Civil Service Board, receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Move that the Senate confirms John Carroll to the Tuscaloosa County Civil Service Board using previous role. No objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. John Carroll is confirmed to the Tuscaloosa County Civil Service Board. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 44, appointing Brady McLaughlin to the State Course of Study Committee, Career and Technical Education, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Move that the Senate confirms Brady McLaughlin to the State Courses of Study Committee using previous role. No objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. Brady McLaughlin is confirmed to the State Courses of Study Committee. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 43, appointing Dawn Ellison Hopper to the State Course of Study Committee, Career and Technical Education, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Move that the Senate confirms Dawn Ellison Harper to the State Courses of Study Committee using previous role. No objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. Dawn Ellison Hopper is confirmed to the State Courses of Study Committee. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 7, appointing Brandon Broadhead to the State 911 Board, receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Move that the Senate confirms Brandon Broadhead to the State 911 Board using previous role. No objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. Brandon Broadhead is confirmed to the State 911 Board. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 8, appointing Jeremy Williams to the State 911 Board, receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Move that Senate confirms Jeremy Williams to the State 911 Board using previous role. No objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. Jeremy Williams is confirmed to the State 911 Board. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 6, appointing Tim Webb to the State 911 Board, receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
The Senate confirms Tim Webb to the State 911 Board using previous role with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. Tim Webb's confirmed to the State 911 Board. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 22, appointing Jerome Grant to the Polygraph Examiners Board, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
The Senate confirms Jerome Grant to the Board of Polygraph Examiners using previous role with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays. Jerome Grant's confirmed to the Polygraph Examiners Board. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 21, appointing William Merritt to the Polygraph Examiners Board, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
The Senate confirms William Merritt to the Board of Polygraph Examiners using previous role. No objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 29 ayes, no nays. William Merritt's confirmed to the Board of Polygraph Examiners. Secretary, call the next confirmation. This concludes our confirmations. Now move on to next committee.
From the Committee on State Government Affairs, House Bill Number 432 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on State Government Affairs, House Bill Number 285 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Education Policy, House Bill Number 439 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Education Policy, Senate Bill number 143 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Education Policy, House Bill number 210 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Education Policy, House Bill number 173 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Education Policy, House Bill number 331 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Education Policy, House Bill number 278 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Education Policy, House Bill number 195 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 2 nays. From the Committee on Education Policy, House Bill number 130 receives a favorable report by a vote of 5 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 abstentions.
These bills received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, House Bill number 390 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
This bill has received its second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
House Bill. From the Committee on Children and Youth Health, House Bill number 385 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
This bill has received its second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From Children and Youth Health. From the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 360 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 474 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Transportation and Energy, House Bill number 453 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
This bill has received its second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs, House Bill number 197 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
This bill has received its second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 343 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 482 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 433 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 466 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 469 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 306 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 471 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 268 receives a favorable report.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, Mobile County, House Bill number 180 receives a favorable report by a vote of 4 ayes and 0 nays.
This bill has received its second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions. Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, I have a resolution.
Desk, read and receive the resolution.
Sorry.
Troublemaker.
Senate Joint Resolution number 77 by Senator Elliott, creating the Alabama Coastal Commercial Insurance Joint Interim Study Commission.
Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, move that go to rules.
All right. The resolution is sent to rules. Thank you, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'd like to recognize some special guests in the gallery. If you'll please stand. Black Belt STEM Leadership Group from Hell County, Judge Marvin Wiggins and Mrs. Kennedy, who are sponsors, guests of Senator Bobby Singleton. Welcome to the Alabama Senate.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
I have a resolution from Rules.
Desk, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Joint Resolution number 75, commemorating the 40th anniversary of the Alabama Indian Affairs Commission by Senator Allen, receives a favorable report.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Resolution is adopted.
I
Senator
have
Wagner.
a resolution from Rules.
Desk, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Joint Resolution number 66 by Senator Roberts, urging Congress to support access to safe and reliable payment systems, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor.
Mr. President, recognize.
Senator Smitherman, recognize to speak on the resolution.
To do what? I didn't understand what they're saying. What is it they talking about doing?
Let him read it.
Can I get that?
All right, desk, read the title.
Yeah, that's all. I just want to know I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Senate Joint Resolution number 66, urging Congress to support access to safe and reliable payment systems.
What is that?
Let me ask that the resolution be read at length.
All right, read the resolution at length, please.
Whereas Americans have developed an exceptionally advanced and innovative payment system through a steadfast focus on private sector leadership that respects the rights of individuals and companies to make their own informed choices about how they pay and are paid. And whereas the market-based payments approach in this country responds to the dynamic and diverse needs of American entrepreneurs and consumers rather than operating under static government mandates. And whereas while other nations import payments technology to run their economy, American companies set the standard of the global payments ecosystem. And whereas it is necessary to emphasize the importance of prioritizing the protection of consumers from government interference that would shift financial transactions to less secure, less innovative, and potentially risky providers who could place consumers and their financial data in a more vulnerable position. And whereas states should oppose any governmental economic favoritism, wherever proposed, that would negatively impact consumers, provide less choice and access to popular consumer benefits such as cashback and rewards programs, threaten airline services, or undermine critical payment fraud protections while increasing national risks. And whereas the commandeering of the payment system by the government or the central bank threatens personal privacy, innovation, and American economic leadership. And whereas the United States has the most robust and secure financial system in the world, along with a strong network supporting small businesses and protecting consumers. And whereas more than 486 million credit cards are in use in the United States, with more than 196 million Americans holding at least one credit card. And whereas states should protect consumers' rights to choose their payment methods and pay transparent prices by preventing the addition of surcharges, an extra fee when a customer chooses to pay with a credit card. And whereas the credit and payments industry is a healthy and competitive space, and further legislation to impose government-mandated price controls in this area is both unnecessary and harmful to innovation and security. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the state of Alabama urges Congress to protect consumers from government interference in the free markets and any actions that would weaken our national security by opposing congressional efforts to overreach into the wallets of American consumers and small businesses. Be it further resolved that we request that an official copy of this resolution be sent to each member of the Alabama congressional delegations and all other members of Congress.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, sir. Senator Wagner, I just want to ask you a question. Since credit cards are traded across the state line, you do business and international, how does this work as far as controls when it comes down to using a credit card when it's accepted everywhere?
It's not my resolution. It came from the House, and I reported it out.
Okay.
So, you know, if there's an issue with it, I'll just simply withdraw it if you have questions about it.
I do have some questions. It may be a good idea. It sounds like, but I'm just wondering how you regulate that. And then is this going to limit our ability to use our credit card here as far as the state of Alabama and outside of the state and internationally?
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Let me just withdraw the resolution for later date.
Is there any objection to withdrawing the resolution? Okay, the resolution is withdrawn.
Mr. President, have a resolution from rules.
All right, desk, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 209, expressing support for the Iranian people's desire for a democratic, secular, and non-nuclear Republic of Iran and condemning violations of human rights and state-sponsored terrorism by the Iranian government, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
I have 3 resolutions from rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 220 by Representative Warren celebrating Mulberry Medical Associates. Also, House Joint Resolution number 221 by Representative Keel commending Madeline Cooper. Also, House Joint Resolution number 230 by Representative Yarborough commending PFC Noah C. Reeves. Also, House Joint Resolution number 232 by Representative Pringle mourning Lamona Hall Lucas receive a favorable report.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of these resolutions en masse.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
I have a resolution from rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolutions from rules.
That's it.
From rules. From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 211, recognizing Cigar Box Guitar Day in Huntsville, Alabama on June 1st, 2024, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator.
I have a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution. All right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right. Any other motions or resolutions? All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 78, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 27th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill Number 150 by Representative Garrett and Oliver regarding appropriations to Southern Preparatory Academy. On page 69, House Bill 149 by Representative Garrett and Boyd regarding Talladega College. On page 68, House Bill 148 by Representatives Garrett and Warren regarding Tuskegee University. On page 67, House Bill 147 by Representative Garrett regarding supplemental appropriations. On page 67, House Bill 146 by Representatives Garrett and Drummond regarding public education employees. On page 66, House Bill 145 by Representative Garrett regarding appropriations. On page 65, House Bill 144 by Representative Garrett regarding supplemental appropriations. On page 69, House Bill 163 by Representative Allman and others regarding the Alabama School of Healthcare Sciences Bill. On page 26, House Bill 22 by Representative Gidley regarding public K-12 assistant principals. On page 9, House Bill number 62 by Representative Hill regarding justices and judges. On page 9, House Bill 78 by Representative Ensler regarding crimes and offenses. On page 27, House Bill number 215 by Representative Fidler regarding natural resources. On page 34, House Bill 327 by Representative Baker regarding geologic storage. On page 54, House Bill number 407 by Representative Pettis regarding income taxes. On page 70, House Bill 418 by Representative Kirkland and Underwood regarding the State Licensing Board for General Contractors. On page 55, Senate Bill 305 by Senator Figures regarding employees of local boards of education.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move the Senate adopt the report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Senator.
I'd like to be just recognized for a few minutes, not necessarily, I know I can, but I'm not necessarily going to talk all this time, but I'd like to be recognized to talk on it, though.
You got it. You're recognized.
All right. First thing I want to say is that when the chairman, he's working his way in here with the budget, he get a chance to get the pick. So whichever one of these mics he want, then he can get. And I just get on the other one. I thought I'd let him know that because he's close to his desk. He might be one where he can grab stuff and do stuff and all like that. So I don't want him to be hindered. Now he can. So I wanted to say that he probably hear me and don't. But the other thing is this, is that how many opportunities that when you got a bill on the agenda that you get a chance to sit down and talk to the expert. The expert, I mean the top person. We got a bill on here, and I had already looked at it, and when we put this out. But it's HB 327. It's on the last page, and this bill deals with geological storage. And I don't know if the Mr. Nick 2 is up in the stands or not. I know he said he was going to come over, but I had an opportunity to sit down this morning with him and eat breakfast. I didn't know who he was. He didn't know who I was. But the reason I call his name, when I tell you this, that he is the state's geologic and director of state oil and gas. He is our director, who's the top man in the state that deals with what this bill is talking about. And I got a chance to sit down and get a thorough education about this issue. And I'm just telling y'all, this is a great bill. This is a great process in which we have set up to store this. And I mean, we are like Allstate with him. We in good hands. Because, I mean, he just laid it out there for me. It was like going to school in the morning. I'm just telling y'all, only different. I went to school and ate a good breakfast in the same process. And so I had to comment on him, and I hope he up there somewhere. He said he was going to try to get over, and he had some meetings. And I hope that he does before we do this, because this was just great. How it connects with our companies that have the stacks where they got to capture that, and then where it goes from there. And then if you know how, you all may not have the things we have in our area, but we have to be concerned with EPA and and the environment that we have to have these things captured in order for us to be able to grow in that part of the state. Most people, some of you all stay up on up on mountains, or you stay on flat area. Well, we are in a valley, and once this stuff come down in that valley, and most of Jefferson County is in a valley, and when these emissions and things come down, they stay there for an extended length of time, and then you, along with car emissions and other things, it puts us at a little disadvantage. So this in itself will help the state. And I just wanted to make sure that I stress that to everyone about that particular bill, because I don't think it's no accident that he and I wound up being with each other. But I want to thank him for all the education and knowledge that he gave me regarding this issue. I also, I'm trying to wait till the chairman get in here. A budget chair. I saw him outside, so he's over there. Oh, okay. Well, he hear me if he can't see me. I see him over there. I want to tell him that I said this because he wasn't in here. I said it to y'all, but I'm going to say it to him. I appreciate him reaching down into the work that he's doing with the budget to feed the children. I appreciate that. I just want to say it to y'all and to him. I appreciate that. Just like I said to that young lady, they don't have anybody. All these kids in the state that was going to starve this summer, they have nobody out there who is a lobbyist for them. And I'm not talking about lobbyists not doing their job. They just ain't got no money. They can't hire no lobbyists. These are children. And so the people they dependent on is us. It's us. And I think that in the budget, we've stood up to the plate on that issue. And I feel very confident we're going to do the same here. And we want to make sure that there's no distractions when it leaves us and go wherever else it may have to go in regards to that issue. So, Mr. President, I'll yield back to my fearless leader, the chairman of my local delegation. Not just rules, but that's my double leader over there. I yield back to him.
Mr. President, I renew my motion to adopt the report from the Committee on Rules.
All right. Using previous roll. All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. All right, Secretary, call the first bill.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 150 by Representative Garrett and Oliver regarding Southern Preparatory Academy. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move adoption of the BIR, please.
Would you like to use previous roll?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 150 by Representatives Garrett and Oliver regarding Southern Preparatory Academy.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Senator Orr.
I would move, this is regarding the old Lyman Ward Academy, now known as Southern Prep. This time I'd move third reading using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 150 passes. Thank you, Senator Orr. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 149 by Representatives Garrett and Boyd regarding Talladega College. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
I'd move adoption of the BIR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 149 by Representatives Garrett and Boyd regarding Talladega College.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
I would move third reading on this appropriation for Talladega College using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 149 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 148 by Representatives Garrett and Warren regarding Tuskegee University. BR pending.
Mr. President, I would move adoption of the BLR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 148 by Representatives Garrett and Warren regarding Tuskegee University.
Mr. President, I would move third reading using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 148 passes. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 147 by Representative Garrett regarding supplemental appropriations. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
I'd move adoption of the BLR using the previous roll.
May I be recognized?
Yeah, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, is there any handouts before we get to the big thing that we can?
Yeah.
I ain't talking about these little one-on-ones here.
Yeah, it'll be coming.
But this look like it's one right here.
This is the A&T.
What is that?
Advancement and Technology Fund. It's what goes through a formula, but we overspent, if I recall correctly, Ms. Stallworth can tell me, I think $16 or something, so I've got a substitute.
$16?
And if we underspent, it would be okay, but what the committee adopted in committee, we overspent by $16. So
and you don't have to explain because, I'm on your committee. Just take one, but I yield back to him. I yield back to you, Senator.
All right, your motion was adoption of the BR using previous roll. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 147 by Representative Garrett regarding supplemental appropriations. Committee substitute pending.
All right, Senator Orr.
All right, Mr. President, I would like to table the committee substitute.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Committee substitutes tabled. All right, Senator Orr.
I have a substitute to offer.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute, please.
Substitute for House Bill 147 by Senator Orr.
Members, what you're looking at, it should be circulated around by an intern or page. This was, as I said, the committee sub was $16 off. And we had, I think, somewhere in that amount, it was less than $100. And so what you're getting is a hard copy of what the various city and county and school systems and specialty schools, magnet schools, universities, et cetera, should be receiving from the Advancement and Technology Fund. As we've discussed before, that we received from the governor a very generous $700 million recommended amount for advancement in technology. In conversation with my House counterpart, Chairman Garrett, decision was made that we would increase that $300 million for a total of $1 billion coming from the Advancement and Technology Fund. It can be used for capital expenditures, et cetera. So that's what's before us at this time. I would move to adopt the substitute unless there are questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Singleton.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. In this, are we still using the per pupil?
Yes, the formula remained the same. And you recall in the House pass version, there was an extra $2 million just at the end for professional development.
Right.
And I said, why is that in there? And they said, well, I don't know. We've always had it there. I said, is it in the formula? No, but it's just been in there. Where's it go? Well, we get professional development. I said, roll it up in the formula and let's push the money out to the schools and colleges.
Gotcha.
And then we had the $16
That's what
$13.16, something like that.
Well, when you look at colleges and universities, when you're looking at per pupil, are you dealing with online students versus those that are in the seats that are in person?
It's done.
Your formula?
It's done based on FTEs, full-time
On the FTEs,
equivalents, yes. And then there's a difference based on in-state students and out-of-state students. When we set this up years ago, the thinking was the in-state students are coming from Alabama tax-paying families, and they're the ones paying the freight, and so therefore they should get more consideration with these funds, as opposed to some child or some student coming from Texas, going to one of the universities and then heading back to Texas. They're counted a half, and so they're not paying much in the way of taxes, and that's where this money's coming from, Alabama taxpayers. So we wanted to give them more consideration.
Okay, I was just looking at on the college and university where it was divvied up at, because I'm looking at if you're talking about per pupil, I would assume that some of these.
It's not. Yeah.
I mean, the FTEs were based on some of these that possibly could have been online also that was in-state.
Yes. Now, if you're online from Texas, you may just be a halfie, but.
Right, but I'm just looking at the number. When I look at the number and then know what the student body in person is, when I look at these numbers, then it's expanded. So therefore, obviously have to be there.
To your point, if I'm a one class only online person, it's going to take several of me to make a full-time equivalent for the formula.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I appreciate you put together a good budget in the AT fund, and I'm sure that next year that there will be some more money coming in for these capital investments.
I will say here, Senator, that's the hope of Representative Garrett and myself. We should be able, last year, we took a year off because it was such a big year in the supplemental, so it's why we need to do more A&T this year, because we had such a large supplemental. Well, we don't have that situation this year. I would predict we probably won't have it next year. Therefore, you will see an A&T disgorgement again next year coming forward.
Okay. Well, I will hope that the economy will make a turn because when you start looking at the inflation that is built in based on the bond issue that we did for capital improvement a couple of years ago, a lot of these projects was left undone. Maybe some of these dollars can help them kind of complete some of those projects because it does have that capital aspect to it. But at the end of the day, until we do that, the dollar for dollar is not going to, it really don't see that dollar, in terms of growth.
The economy's doing pretty well right now. It's just inflation.
Inflation is the part,
It is hurting everybody, and the cost of construction, if that's what these institutions want to do, it's just going up. Or if they spend it on technology, it's just going up, the price is. So, the goal would be to push out another good large salvo of A&T money next year.
Well, in this audience, I have one of my leadership groups from Hale County, the Black Belt STEM Leadership Group, and I went and explained to them today that they're going to see every aspect of education get funded here today that we have here in the state of Alabama.
And then some.
And then some.
there's some extra fellow travelers on board the train, Senator, that
And if you would just indulge me, I would just want to read the Hale County number out for them in this AT fund so they'll understand. And I know that Judge Wiggins, one of my circuit judges, is one of their sponsors along with Ms. Kennedy. What they do with these students is while we're on this floor, they'll probably go back and quiz them about what we talked about, right? And I think they get a little prize if anybody can answer the question. So I'm going to tell the Hale County number in this is $2,183.34, which the Hale County school system will get from this AET fund to be able to do projects in the school system. That's $2,183,348.
And I would say also to the children and adults from Hale County that the original recommendation on this was, I'm guessing here, Senator, for Hale County, probably $1,300,000 or $4 million. And because of your vote and advocacy and what you've been able to, as far as working on me, saying, Senator Orr, we got to spend more money. We got it. We need to push it out there. We need to get it working back in Hale County or whatever county, Geneva County.
Yes.
Another $700,000, $800,000 is headed to Hale County because of your pushing the envelope, and that's a job well done to get another $700,000, $800,000 going to the county school system.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate you hearing us as we continue to seek to try to better our school systems in the area. So these kids sometime will be going to school, will probably be first generation college students. So we're trying to invoke to them. We take them on a trip once a month somewhere to make sure that they get indoctrinated to workforce, schools, and get an understanding of what they're doing.
Are any of them part of the Scholars Program, or is that?
Yes, they are.
Oh, okay, so you got some of those coding scholars up there?
Yes, they are. And this from the Scholars Program, this is a leadership group. These are basically juniors and seniors that we take around the college once a month somewhere in the state to a college, university, or industry or somewhere of that nature.
Well, if not to malign anybody else, I'll just say, I'll malign myself, but they are fortunate to have you as a senator to take interest in them and their future and their education. Everybody takes interest in their school children, but of course you go the extra mile with your academy and program for scholars and trying to train them with the coding, and that's extremely commendable. They're fortunate.
Thank you, and I want the students to understand that this gentleman, the chairman of the Education Committee, works with us to make sure that we have some funding to continue to do the work that we're doing here. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator Smith.
Could I be recognized?
You're recognized.
Yes. I yield.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
First, I just, I stepped up for a different reason. I was just listening to y'all's conversation. I just want to thank you for what trying to help uplift those concerns that were expressed. Being on the committee, I hear the concerns like you, and the difference in it, I see that you heard them and you went to work to see how you could do that. So I want to tell you that I appreciate that. Now, my reason for standing here, however, and you put me on the road to next year. So I want you to know this is a next year conversation about this year. As you look at the possibilities, what y'all call them, A&Ts? What y'all was talking about?
Advancement in technology.
Yeah. As we look at that, I would appreciate it if you would give a little extra just attention to the University of Montevallo, because they're starting this nursing program, and the state is doing a good job in trying to help it get established. There was kind of mandate the necessity to do that because of the shortage. And as we go forward, of course, it's always difficult when you first set something up. So even if it's just some extra one time, you know what I mean, to get them to where they are, and then, and I think you tried to do that now. That's not my point that you're not doing it. It's just that if you, as you go forward next year, if you'll do that, I would appreciate it. This is a dual role, being a part of that school. I would appreciate that you would continue to do that.
Right. Well, when we get to the supplemental, the colleges all got extra money based on some decisions that Chairman Garrett and I made to help increase their allocations in the supplemental appropriation. And with A&T, it is a hard formula, and we don't break it. But I certainly hear you. As you know, the problem, if you start giving to one child over here, you got 13 other mouths over here, 12 other mouths that they want to. So got to have enough to feed them all.
I just hope that they will understand that the child I'm talking about, we talking about trying to get them a little plate and a little cup so they can eat. Not the food. The food, I know everybody, that's a feeding them. Like you say, everybody want to be fed. But I just want them to understand that because it's a new program, we don't have the napkins, we don't have the forks and the spoons and the cups. So we just trying to make sure that we got the cups. And you know, they got cups. But we trying to get cups, and that's so. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, the folks at Montevallo have a strong advocate in you, a trustee, and
well, thank you.
They, I hear a lot from you, so about that desire. So.
All right, I yield back to you.
Right.
Thank you,
Mr. President. This time, I'd move third reading using the previous roll.
All right. Any objection?
Adopt a sub, please. I'm sorry, using the previous roll.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Orr substitute's adopted. All right, Senator Orr.
I'm excited. Mr. President, I'd move third reading using the previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 147 passes. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 146 by Representatives Garrett and Drummond regarding public education employees. BR pending.
Senator Orr.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the BR using the previous roll, and we've got things to circulate on this. No, this is the pay raise using the previous roll on the BR. All
right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 146 by Representatives Garrett and Drummond regarding public education employees.
Senator Orr.
All right, Mr. President. Members, this is the pay raise, a 2% pay raise across the board. But seeing no questions, I'd move third reading using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 146 passes. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 66 of the calendar, House Bill number 145 by Representative Garrett regarding appropriations, committee substitute pending.
Mr. President, I would move table the committee substitute.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The committee substitute is tabled.
And Mr. President, I have a substitute to offer.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute.
We're going to take some time now, members.
Substitute for House Bill 145 by Senator Orr.
So this is a substitute. The pages and interns are bringing them around. The document and the spreadsheet should be coming around. So we'll just kind of pause until everybody gets this.
Mr. President, could I be recognized?
You recognized?
All right. I just want to, I know some people wondering, probably, you know, not some people, but a few, you know, I'm standing here and I had no questions about the other, and I want to commend the chairman again because he's made it available for me to ask any questions I needed to in committee. And I want to thank you for that. And that helps me out here because I don't have a bunch of questions because you've answered them, the committee answered them. I've had a chance to ask.
I'd like to talk to you as the members, unless you want to study, that's fine. I'll just ramble. But
we can talk.
Make sure you get the. So, Senators, you've been a strong advocate. What are we going to do about these D and F schools? And that's been a passion of yours. And it's kind of like the feeding the children that we talked about in committee. You, members of your caucus, members of my caucus, have said, what are we going to do about this? And you know the decision that we made in the committee, and you were there, Senator Figures was there, others were there, all advocating for this. And fortunately, we had to take from somewhere, but we have the funds to address that need. The other is going back to your advocacy of what are we going to do with these D and F schools? How are we going to turn them around, so to speak, and address the needs that they have? And that's where it's going to be a very heavy lift, but you've been a part of this and other members and advocating for this, looking at our funding model and trying to address in a good, equitable manner, how do we take care of those children that have more needs across the school system and address them on an individual basis as opposed to just a head count basis, and say a child that has special needs, it just is more expensive to educate that child than it is a child that doesn't have special needs. So how can we adjust things in a good manner? We don't want to hurt anybody, don't want to put them behind the 8 ball or cause issues with their education and hurt some to help others. But as you look at other states, I got a text last night, I believe it was Colorado, has now passed a student-based funding formula. It happened last night. Mississippi, I think it was a week ago, passed student-based funding formula. So hopefully we won't be 50th, but we're bringing up the rear with looking at our foundation program and how do we reapportion that in a good, thoughtful manner to make sure we're giving the local school systems the resources that they need to address the needs that they have among their student populations. And so it's going to be a heavy lift, and we've got outside experts going to come in and guide us through that have been through this with other states. So they're not Johnny-come-latelys or any, so that would be very helpful to have that expertise as we go through that. But it'll be something. It'll be maybe transformative for our educational systems, but we want it to be in a good way and use the code that our two doctors in the chamber have is first we need to do no harm, and we don't need to harm anybody and cause real problems. But we've scurried away our nuts. And we have a few nuts in the reserve that we could use to ameliorate any kind of bumps that would be ahead as we transition from one system to another. And I'm just pleased you'll be part of that and right there with us as we go forward.
Well, I want to thank you very much for taking, you and Chairman Garrett, for taking a look at the situation and start analyzing the approach. Most people don't notice. I said most people. I'm not talking about us in here, but most people don't notice. But you go out to seek all kind of knowledge of methods and approaches that may be helpful to us. a few of them in areas you and I just had some conversations, not just this area, and that's you to be commended for that. You know, you can't move to a different place if you haven't been somewhere to know there's a different place and understand, like you were talking about those states. So I commend you on that. I will share this to you that I'm excited, and I'm excited for this reason. Is because as I look in here, I don't know, I could be missing one or two people when I say this, just one or two. But I look at the rules chair, I look at myself, maybe the senator from Madison, maybe him, but that would be about it, is that in 1994, that when Governor James was the governor, I ran for this office, and I won in the primary. And in July, he assembled the legislators, kind of like in the summer what you were saying doing. He assembled all the legislators that he thought that he needed to assemble so that we could establish the foundation program. We were the group that established this program that everybody's doing now. And he invited me to come. I hadn't even made through the general election, but he felt that I think he analyzed that he gonna probably win.
You're gonna have to live with it.
Yeah,
better be at the table.
So having been had a chance and opportunity to be a part of the committee that actually set up the Educational Foundation program, I thank you again for providing me the opportunity to be involved with the review and to see what we might could do to make it even better. So I just want to thank you for that, and I look forward to it, and whatever I can do or any little input I can give, I'll be glad to share that. And yes, you asked me a question the other day, and I'm gonna bring it out. You said, now you know what kind of commitment of your time that you're gonna need to do.
That's right.
That's exactly what
you still a working man.
Yeah. But I told you.
Practice.
I told you. Other than the judge having a trial schedule, I told you I'm gonna rearrange my schedule. So whenever you said it, I'm gonna try my best to be here.
Well, we want to also make it where you're able to join electronically if necessary. We all come from long distance, but you, the senator from Mobile, senator from West Alabama, you guys, Senator Wagner, y'all have had a lot of experience through the years on this. So, as we look at transitioning, we're going to need to hear from you and need your engagement on that, because it's a big step for our state.
It really is a big lift. This is a big, big lift. It really is.
So anyway, I'll walk through some of the significant things. And what I'd like to do is take it, go pre-K and then K-12 and then universities and just talk about a few of those and then and go from there, and we walk through it.
We'll listen.
As members, I know they're looking at spreadsheets, and that's what they need to do, and let them do that. Pre-K will receive $200 million now, about $5 million more than last year. We're doing 45% now, Senator, of our 4-year-olds are participating in pre-K across state. Never be 100%, we know that, but we're almost 50%, and we are, making headway. And
I appreciate that.
That's important. That's something we kind of forget about. But you're such an advocate for early grades and being ready for first grade, and we've got something, where we're going to address that in a pilot program. But that's important that we get there, and very good.
And thank you.
Good decision.
Thank you very much, brother.
Well, I kind of, like I tell you before, I work for you and the collective, but take Montevallo. If we do from Montevallo, I got a lot of others that want some help. So we take some balancing between everybody.
Thank you.
But we are excited about pre-K and what they'll get. Of course, they'll get the pay raise, and working on that pilot that you're and familiar with, and I got another one in Montgomery. So both of those moving along with those. Moving on to K-12, we'll see around $6.3 billion in the K-12 world.
Okay.
And we're looking at almost $400 million new dollars in the K-12 world. So you can do your math there and say, woo, that's about 6-7% going up for K-12 increase. Almost $200 million of that will be for the foundation program. And then, we got reading coaches in every school. We got
I appreciate
technology coordinators, mental health coordinators, nurses in every system, assistant principals. We're going to have the assistant principal bill next after this, and that'll be certainly something that we're looking forward to. Literacy Act, Numeracy Act, funding's going up in both of those. And like I said earlier, the pay raise on top. Community colleges and higher ed, and we got $2.4 billion more or less with for them about $140 million more. Community colleges up $40 million. Just going to keep pushing them with their career tech and workforce preparedness. As far as universities, well over $100 million more for them, about a 7% increase as well. And those are all big increases. For the locals, a lot of OCE money. I know you hear that from superintendents.
Yes.
Talking about, how important superintendents are with wanting the OCE money. ALETS is starting a program for cybersecurity. That's a real problem for the cyber folk that we had some that have been hacked, out.
Yeah.
I've been dealing with one of those at work here
Yes.
this week. Not pleasant, but.
I know what you're saying.
So we have the State Department. A big increase you find in this budget is the $30 million that the governor put in for our principal program. We did the reading, and the math, and now, as you know, so much is leadership.
That's right.
And preparing our leaders, working with class to have that program, but also helping them with compensation.
Good.
And helping our leaders with compensation and to have more funds there to give them, if they take the training and can continue with it, to reward them. And they need to be rewarded.
And that's working. That's working.
Then assistant principals and doing the same thing as we talked about last year when that bill passed, the pipeline for principals and getting a pipeline to have for them as they come through the system and prepare them to be principals. And like I said, the bill that follows the budget will be focused on that. Literacy Act that we talked about, numeracy, lots more in there, and that's it in a nutshell. I would yield any questions that you may have, Senator, or anyone else wants to ask.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Senator Orr, for indulging us in that. You say, I heard you talk about there was basically a 7% increase on universities. You bumped them about 7%.
Yes.
Based on, was that across the board, everybody across the board, 7%?
More or less. That's, as it came across from the governor, we took more or less not much change from the governors at all. There are a few little line items like you see the one we have the program under West Alabama. Well, that's a pass-through. They, won't stay at that university. It's a pass-through for a program. So some of that, but as far as the O&M, that all stayed the same.
Okay.
And then on the supplemental, as I said earlier, we'll talk about that, but those all stayed the same. as Chairman Garrett and I discussed rearranging the supplemental, there was some money to help our universities.
All right.
Take them north.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for continuing to do the HBCU funds that are there in the budget, both in the budget and in the supplement.
One thing we did, Senator from Selma, is the match component came out of that, and so there would no longer be a match requirement this year to help, I hate to say this, like put the pedal to the metal, help schools, use that money and not have a match this year, and hopefully that will help everyone if they had a challenge getting the match. We don't want to help the rich, the schools that have the match money.
Right.
We're hurting the ones that don't, and
because
so
it's basically a dollar for dollar match.
Let's not require that this year. So I asked Mr. Fulford to take those match requirements out as our HBCUs work with AIC in accessing those funds.
Yeah, I know that there's a big ask that was coming from HBCUs for security. And I know that we didn't have a lot of line items just particularly for security, but they can utilize money for security purposes in there, because what you're seeing is not just only fencing security, but cybersecurity is needed. So they're needing a lot of different securities around, more cameras on campuses, because when you look at HBCUs, most HBCUs sits within a community, and the communities around them. So you get, sometimes you get activities around those schools that is unwarranted. And so most of our schools have 1 or 2 security guards or A+ security that they have, and they're mostly open. So you don't have everybody with a fence around them that can keep them out. So I know a lot of these schools with secret security.
I had that conversation with one. I won't mention the school because you probably wouldn't want me to mention it, but that very issue came up, and we were able to accommodate that president's request. He said, I really just need money for security. And okay, the cameras, you couldn't do the paying for people, but the cameras and some fencing and things like that. And lighting was another.
Yes, lighting is huge.
And so we're glad we were able to do that for that institution.
All right. Thank you. So what was your increase on your budget from last year to this year? Just the budget side, not on the supplement.
Sure. Last year, Senator, we had 8.7, almost 8.8 billion.
Okay.
This year, we're at 9.35.
Okay. So
500 plus million.
So what is our growth rate? Around 6.5%, where we are per quarter? About a 6.5%.
If you look on the last page of your spreadsheet, you'll see there the percentage breakup, and we're about just spot on with where we were last year. We're on the page 18 of 18. 18? 18 of 18. And you look there at the bottom third of the page where it has the 3 split. You have K-12 at 68, little over 68% on the very last page of your spreadsheet.
I got
at the bottom. 68%, you slide on over, it was 68.07 last year, and we're at 68.08 this year. And then last year for higher ed, it was 25.65, and we're at 25.64 for this year. And then the other category stayed the same. So we're pretty much spot on with the trend of where we've been.
Okay.
Historically.
All right. I don't know whether the senator, you had any more questions on this budget before we release it? Yeah, he was about to adopt the substitute.
All right, Mr. President, at this time I'd move adoption of the substitute using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Orr substitute's adopted. Senator Orr.
Mr. President, this time I'd move third reading using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 145 passes. Thanks, Senator Orr. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 144 by Representative Garrett regarding supplemental appropriations. BR pending.
Mr. President, this is the supplemental appropriation. I'd move at this time to table the committee move it adoption the BI or using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 144 by Representative Garrett regarding supplemental appropriations. Committee substitute pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
At this time, I'd move to table the committee substitute.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The committee substitute's tabled.
All right.
All right, Senator Orr.
Offer a substitute, Mr.
All right,
President.
Secretary, read and receive the substitute, please.
And they are coming around, members.
Substitute for House Bill 144 by Senator Orr.
And so the good senator across the way will babysit me while y'all read the the substitute. This year, as you notice, we had a whole lot less than the $2.7 billion that we had last year to appropriate, but it's still a good place to be. We're fortunate to have that opportunity. And
do you look at a ranking around states and where our appropriation versus states around in the Southeast in terms of their dollars? I know some of them much larger than us and they have much bigger budgets.
We're about 41st, 42nd in what we're spending on education compared to everybody else. But Ms. Smith, Tuesday, made a very, Ms. Doyle, can you make sure Senator Singleton has a spreadsheet, please? Yes. Thank you. Ms. Smith and the school boards made an excellent point and to the committee, and I know you heard her and remember, but if you go back to 2008 and 9 as your baseline, of course, those were high years. If you take into account inflation, Senator, and you roll forward to about 22, 2 years ago.
Okay.
We are funding education at $700 less today than we were back then.
Wow.
Because inflation has eaten away, even though I've got 30 or 40,000 emails that I need to clear out of my email thing going back and there was an old budget in there and it was $6 billion.
Yeah, I remember when we got around the $6 billion.
2010, 2009, somewhere. So we're up 50%, but $9 billion here, and but it's $700 less per student. The spending power of that dollar is not what it was.
That's amazing.
It is amazing, and that's not a slant at the current administration. It's just time value, or just inflation, and how it eats away your purchasing power. So we can say, "Woo, we ain't 50th, we're not 49th on how much we spend compared to Mississippi, Georgia, whomever." But that's where I get my heartburn on the tax credits and tax exemptions and stuff that help good causes. But what are we doing to the students? And if we're doing harm to our students, we're doing harm to our future, and you know that. I mean, you spend so much of your out-of-session time with the young people in your area trying to bring them up and show them, get them skills, show them the state, show them the work, challenging them to, there's a bigger world out there, and you got to have your game together if you go out there and attack it. And but if we're not appropriating what needs to be appropriated, we as a state are going to suffer. And I don't care if you're in Huntsville or Mobile or Birmingham or Dothan or Tuscaloosa, wherever, we've got to take that. We got to do our jobs, and we got to fund it, and we got to expect something out of it too.
And I agree.
Can't just here's the money and good luck, but we got to have some expectations and some goals. And I think with the literacy and the numeracy, we got some hard things, and then now we got the leadership component in there, and we're making progress. This principal bill that'll be next, very good to push it. One person can't deal with 400 students and all the mamas and the daddies and things. They need help. And,
they need help.
They need other
help.
than the administrative assistant in the front office there at the East Fork Elementary School. I mean,
right.
They need help. There's a lot going on. So,
I agree with you. And I applaud you, and I want to thank you for seeing that and understanding that we have to move in that direction. It is one thing to and I do understand when we talk about incentives. But I would take a vote for incentives when I think it's a good program, okay? And I've been hearing you, and I've been listening to you, and I've looked at some of the things.
I mean, I get it. It's hard.
Right, to the paperwork that you give us, the research that you do. I've looked over that. Don't think when I get it, I just leave it on the desk. I go back and I look at it, try to understand, and I understand what we're giving. That's why I was good with the fact that when we start to look at incentives to see whether or not we were getting a return on our investments in those incentives, because some was good, some wasn't. When we looked at all of those that were out there, some are doing really well and bringing us a return on investment. When people present them to us, it make it look like it sounds great that it will happen. And when you look at it over a period of years, we just weren't getting that. We did it with Commerce, just seeing what the money we were giving out those incentives to companies, are we really getting our money back? And then there are those that I think that will produce, especially when there is construction or something to go along with it. That way you're going to be hiring people, there's going to be some income tax, there's going to be some investments made. Sometimes you can draw down federal dollar with it, what you're doing based on the kind of project that's going on. So some of those kind of projects, when I looked at you can build and you get a return on your investment because you're hiring so many people, there becomes a check, they're going to spend money, sell tax and things of that nature. So you're seeing your money coming back. But some of those that come and we give a break and we don't ever hear from them or see them anymore, and there's no way of returning those dollars. And I applaud you for that. And I do understand. I want you to think that I'm on your committee and don't hear you, okay?
It's a tough call, and I get skeptical with some of these economic impact. If we give away all this money, it's all going to come back.
Right.
And that's my cross to bear. I get a little cynical.
And you made a statement yesterday at the table that I totally respect, that if I didn't do my job, then I would be being irresponsible.
Yeah, because I know what happened when the economy gets in the ditch, and I'm up here whining. We got to cut this. We got to cut that. We don't have any money for the children. We got to cut the summer feeding program. That's not our mission. We can't do. Well, you told us it was okay to give away all these incentive dollars, or not incentive, but the tax credits and exemptions, et cetera. You said it was okay. You rubber stamped them all. So I know y'all throw me under the bus.
Well,
and that's all right. That's right. It goes with the territory.
And some of the stuff, sometimes it's about taking a chance, because if you don't have that, you don't get the return of the taxes coming back, so that we can have in the ETF, because the money just don't fall out the sky. It has to be generated somehow. Okay, and that whole generation of those dollars as they evolve and come back around to us just don't come from pie at the sky. There's a golden rainbow of money over here somewhere.
That's right.
So we have to sometimes take chances on those kind of investments so that we can get the return on the dollar to come back. So that's why I say sometimes when we look at it, it's a shot in the dark sometimes. You don't know. But you can't, if you and I were able to have that vision down the line, we probably wouldn't be here. We'd probably be, sitting there telling folks how the stock is going to be tomorrow and they can win or not,
Wish I knew that one.
but I think I'm hoping that other people are looking over this substitute before we get an opportunity to adopt it. If anybody else have any questions about the substitute, that can come up. And if you want to go and explain it now, I'm okay with, since people have an opportunity to look at it.
So a couple of things the members need to know. There is, the Lieutenant Governor Fund last year was a very much, I think, appreciated program, the grant fund. That is in here. We will have that again. It'll be a much lesser scale because we don't have the money. It'll be about a fifth of what it was last time.
Okay.
But that will be out there for bricks and mortar in a quick situation. We're also got a vehicle working to allow those schools that have received a grant last year, but they couldn't spend it because the price went up or something. There's going to be amending language to the current law that will allow more flexibility for those school systems to use that money that they were given last year and how they spend it on perhaps another project in their school system. So we don't want them to lose, but they've had some difficulty pulling off the project that they originally submitted to the governor's office. The other thing is community service grants is something we got to talk about after now, as soon as we pass this, but that's something else that where you can use funds in your local area, and the House amended the bill and enhanced that number using the supplemental.
Is that number somewhere around where we were last year?
It is. Another thing that we did, I know it's very important to you, Senator, and I appreciate the discussions we've had with the proponents of the school in your area. I think we've wound up at a win-win situation. The school will go forward, as you see here, but also we've taken the balanced for the junior college system to focus on healthcare like we did last year in last year's supplemental. And according to the ACCS people, it's had a very, very positive effect, pushing that money, looking at rural healthcare, trying to get more LPNs, nurses, lab techs, all that crowd, and even going in for dual enrollment, getting the high schoolers coming into the junior college. So there's $15 million, actually 18, but for that program in the community college system. But with the school that in the next bill that you'll be advocating for, all of that focused on trying to increase our healthcare resources, human resources, out across rural Alabama where there's a real need. And so that's something that, looking down the line, this supplemental will help do.
Well, I want to thank you, and I do think it was a win-win, and I'm, it took us a while to get around, but as old folks, I love it when a plan come together. So it's, I think that, when we do this bill and get it over to the governor for the governor to sign it, I would say to the senators in here, I would guarantee you, for those of us who have a little doubt about whether or not this could be successful in West Alabama, we're going to make you proud. We're going to make the state proud. We're going to show the state that it can be done, that we're worth investing in, that our kids have value, and kids from around this state will come to those areas to where they can be able to get a quality education. So I just want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to be able to prove who we are and show you what we can do, just like any other part of the state.
My fingers are crossed.
Well, I want you to keep them crossed. Because I like ye little faith, so I can be able to do it. I like ye little faith. It only motivates me to show you, because I don't want to get comfortable to where I think I got it made. I want to continue to show my comfort for it. Yeah.
We want to talk a little bit about that.
Okay, cool.
Don't you think?
All right. Which language?
I think Senator Sessions had something that.
He was pointed out. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's something we added since the committee meeting the other day. Senator Sessions?
Yeah, I was just going to get Senator Singleton to point it out, or just let you talk just a second about it. Just the opportunity that we have had, and you have done a great job at this, and working to try and help our retirees because of the inflation, and as you pointed out, how much less buying power a dollar has these days. And I think it's on the back page.
That's right. I didn't get there.
To appropriate $5 million for that retirees trust fund. I just wanted to point
Well,
that
I
out.
appreciate you reminding me. I got so many figures flying around in my head, and I want to commend Senator Hatcher had a bill, and Senator Carnley had a bill, and Representative Klaus had a bill. There are a lot of bills floating around, people concerned about retirees, but this is a first step because inflation is really hurting our retirees, and we need to see what we can do to address that need. And we've heard from them. I know all of the members, House and Senate, have heard from them. And this is a first deposit to begin that process of putting together the trust fund to help them with future COLAs or bonuses payments out of that trust fund once we get up to a considerable amount.
Going to recognize some special guests in the gallery, the guest of Senator Stutz. When I call your name, if y'all could please stand. The fourth grade class of Covenant Christian School from Muscle Shoals, Alabama. We've got Miss Amy Hanley as the teacher, and then Michael Hovatter, that's Senator Stutz's grandson. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate. Great to have y'all today.
I will yield.
All right, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I just want to commend you for your diligence every year.
I'm going to start getting weak in the knees.
Working on this, I know it's a very Herculean task. I just want to inquire about, previously there was a $9.3 million appropriation to the Department of Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention. I just wanted to make sure that appropriation was still in the sub. I'm still
in the supplemental?
Yep.
I don't remember one in the supplemental.
Just trying to make sure. I'm not sure if anybody.
I don't recall taking anything out with child abuse.
From the child
neglect.
abuse.
In other words, they were left alone.
Okay.
And Mr. Fulford is downstairs with the general fund. He's my go-to guy.
Okay. And I just want to thank, I'm grateful for the support of HBCUs, and I'm a graduate of Tuskegee University, and I want to make sure that we have continued dialogue to make sure that we as a state support and encourage the great work that they're doing. Tuskegee University had the first extension program in this country. You know, before UGA, before our Penn States, before our other land grant institutions, Tuskegee was the first, and they're doing great work. Tuskegee is in a lot of need for capital projects on campus, and we had a historic freshman class. There were over 1,000 new freshmen come in, and I know that it is critical to have the infrastructure to educate as we have this influx. Tuskegee is also consistently a top-ranked HBCU in the country, and we're consistently in the top 5. And so,
a lot to be proud of.
Yes, and
good future ahead.
Yes.
And, it's something, we need to market it as a state better because of its great legacy and history.
And the Tuskegee Airmen, really, they're getting more notoriety. And so as we get an influx of tourists coming in, in the community, it's going to be very helpful that we support and invest more as a state to this land grant institution that is a credit to our country.
Amen.
Thank you, and I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator Figures.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman Orr, I want to thank you as well, along with the others, for all of your hard work. You seem to do it with such calm and easiness. You say no.
You're laying it on thick,
very
Senator.
nicely. Every time you try to, not have the pain be so great when you say no. And I think we do understand it's only but so much money. And that's why
you got to take it from somewhere. That's what becomes the difficult thing. You know, in Washington, they can just, we'll just spend some more and we don't have to take it from anywhere. Here we got losers, and that's the sad thing.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so difficult for me to see how we can give hundreds of millions of dollars to people who can already afford to pay for private schooling for their children. And we do the tax credits there when we are not making our public schools, for which we are responsible for as legislators, we're not making them totally whole or not doing all we can for every child in the state. And I truly believe that every child in the state has a right to a high level of quality and excellence for an education, and it's up to us to make sure that they do that. We all realize that our children don't come from the same backgrounds, they don't come from the same economic statuses, they don't come from the same neighborhoods, they just don't. And, we have to deal with things individually and try to meet the needs where they are. And I know that's hard for you to do, and I know you also have to work with two bodies where you have to get where the majority vote wins. And,
But you bring up all the very valid points about meeting the children where they are and what their needs are. And that's the reason, you'll be part of the group, the task force. If we had to dream, and what would our dream look like is with student-based funding, and what makes sense for us, and what's the plan, and how are we going to get there? What's the destination? And that's tailors with or dovetails with what you're saying. We got to look at our students and their particular needs, and that's what we ought to do, and that's what we're gonna do.
I appreciate that.
But you and others are going to be so important to that roadmap of how we get there, and quite frankly, where's our destination? Where are we going to go, and then how are we going to get there? And fortunately,
need that vision.
like I said, we got some acorns stored up to help with that transition, but we all need to agree about where our destination is and how it'll positively impact our students as they come through the system.
Absolutely. And I've been here since you came on board, so I think by now you know my heart, and particularly my heart for children, for all children. In fact, when I got here in 1997, I appointed myself as the lobbyist for the children. So I appreciate your heart as well. Well, lastly, I'd like for you to explain, because I know a lot of the retirees will be wanting to know, and so that I can explain it as well, if you could just explain in detail, how will us starting this fund for retirees, and thank you so much for going on and starting this, because our retirees, which probably most of us in this body are a senior citizen or close to it. So, or we definitely have aging parents and relatives, and we know what it's like for them to be on a fixed income, and particularly a fixed income that's not increasing every year along with their expenses and inflation. And as I said in the committee meeting, it's not just about inflation, but it's about the additional expenses that they incur just from aging. they're not going to be driving anymore. So they're going to have to pay someone to take them perhaps to the doctor if they don't have relatives to do that. The medicine costs for which insurance pays for some and it doesn't for others. So to keep them from having to make those decisions between or making a choice between buying food or their medicine. So how is the program going to work?
Yeah, so
when would they be looking to expect something?
Well, we wanted to start it, and that's for years this has been talked about, and nothing's been done. But we see inflation, how in the last several years, really ticking up and really starting to affect people. Admittedly, our initial deposit is not extremely large, but
it's going to be an account that will.
Yes,
accrue.
we already established several years ago, and I forget who the sponsors were, a general fund trust fund and an education trust fund for retirees, for TRS and ERS. And once the amount gets to a certain level, then we'll start using the proceeds from that to increase the payments to the retirees. And that's how it was originally designed, but we've never put any money in. So in talking to the other budget chairs, the general fund is doing the same thing for the general fund down in the House
for the state
today to give a deposit for state employees. And so we're doing the same for education, the commensurate amount, staying equal with the two liabilities of the ERS, TRS. And we'll start that process and continue to build it. And that gives us a goal. It's kind of like the thermometer that you see when you have a fundraiser. You start here and eventually the thermometer goes up to your goal. And that's certainly what I envision. I think the other current budget chairs do as well. And we'll get busier. I think now that that phrase comes to mind, Senator, about the hardest step of the long journey is the first one.
Yeah.
This is our first step.
Well, it would have been nice if we could have designated some of that money from the lottery to go to the retirement
that's still, I'm sure will be in conversation in future years. Yep.
Well, one last thing that I was going to ask you is this year they do get a bonus, correct?
No, we don't have a retiree bonus. We got a pay raise for educators.
No, I mean for retirees.
No, we did
but
not.
But retirees would not get anything this year?
Well, we make this initial deposit to the trust fund for retirees, and that's what we're doing.
I want to start my first hour. I'm just teasing. Well, I am heartbroken to hear that they're not going to get anything this year.
Well,
but it's sort of like giving so you can get. So I'll go with that. But I am hoping, though, Senator, that next year, until that fund gets to where we can start taking out, that we will give them some sort of a bonus.
We will have to.
Okay.
And I agree with you. And it's good to hear you say that, because we'll just need to put that on the board, so to speak, and we'll just have to find the resources to help with I'll call it an inflationary relief bonus payment.
I think we need to revisit those tax credits for those private schools in the CHOOSE Act. That's where we can get it. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Figures. To the door.
I would yield to the gentlelady across the way that looks like she's got her spreadsheets and everything ready to roll. So if she's ready, I'm ready. All right.
Senator Coleman, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. I hope that the chairman will indulge me a little bit and answer even some questions that are not on the supplement. As the gentlelady was talking about where we could have gotten some money from. Of course, I'm still heartbroken today when I think about had we passed the lottery gaming bill the other night, about $750 million or so is what I've heard. But on the education lottery portion of it, Mr. Chairman, how much would that have been?
We're Well, let me tell you, I talked to my general fund well, I don't see him in here, but on the lottery side, it was
Yes.
about $300 million. On
$300
the
million.
gaming side, it was about $370. And I kind of chided my colleague and suite mate about, now, wait a minute, this doesn't seem like a fair.
I'm with you on
it
that.
wasn't a 50-50 split.
Yeah, not quite. I'm with
we
you.
We have a lot more obligation, and
Amen.
ever since the SSUT that we worked hard to get, he's gotten in Fat City a little bit, and interest on state deposits, et cetera. He's in the good times.
But that the House version of the bill, we would have had about $1 billion, I believe, if I've heard correctly. And we would have had some money on this education side to really be able to change some students' lives, and money for retirees and other places. I think that we could have shifted around because we had this additional money. So hopefully we'll get an opportunity before the end of the session to right that wrong, and maybe we will get a chance to allow the people of the state of Alabama to vote on that particular issue. But specifically now, I represent Miles College. I have actually represented them in both bodies now for about 22 years. And when we first had our extension program, we did that initially with, I'm gonna let the chairman finish up, so.
I'm sorry.
You're fine, because I've done that to you as well.
Right.
So we had about $250,000. Then I remember we raised it at one point. This is on Miles College in the extension.
Miles College, yep.
We had about $350 at one time, and I think we're targeting 400 or trending that way. And really, this is an institution that we need to be trending toward $1 million. That college does so much with so little. And I have a long-standing personal relationship with that school as well. Prior to being a legislator, the first job right out of grad school, I was hired to be a professor of political science, and I still, until last semester, actually maintained that relationship with them, teaching political science. But again, that college does so much with so little, but I couldn't find it. And that's what I'm looking for, Mr. Chairman, when you finish with him, about where that line item is, just making sure that we're trending in the right direction when it comes to that school, again, that does so much with so little. I remember, and again, I taught there for many, many years. This semester is my first semester not teaching in a very long time. And we had First Lady Jill Biden here a few years ago, and I go to the YWCA in Birmingham, because that's where the First Lady was coming, and I see a familiar face, and that familiar face was actually a Secret Service agent who was my former student at Miles College. One of my students, former students, and again, now protecting the First Lady of the United States. Again, this is a school that does so much with so little, and if they had the additional resources, again, they could change lives. So again, most of the students that come in, many of the students that come in, they are first time in their family to go to college. I spoke to a group, they reached out to me last year. It was all Fulbright scholars from all over the country. And they wanted to come visit Miles, and I set that visit up and talk specifically with our president, and then at that time was our provost, about the experience of the first time college student, first generation college student, that student that didn't have the foundation of having parents that could kind of usher them through the collegiate process. And they reached out to me because of my direct connection with Miles College. And again, if we had the funding that we needed, again, the sky's the limit. When I walked through the halls of the Alabama legislature, I remember when I first saw him one day, and it's not offensive. I always say my Miles College babies. I said, I don't care how old they are, they're still my Miles College babies. And I was walking through the hall one day, and I saw another familiar face, one of the lobbyists here in Montgomery, James Aaron. one of my former students at Miles College, who's now with the Jones Group, and I think he actually still does some government affairs work with them as well. So, Mr. Chairman, while you were speaking to them, I was given a little bit about how much we do, the great work we do. But with that extension program, I was trying to find what the allocation is. I just couldn't find it. Remember, I was trying to
allocation for
the Miles College through the extension program. We've done Alabama State in the past. We've done Alabama A&M. I'm just trying to find out what that allocation is.
Senators, do you mind if I pause for a second and recognize a special guest in the gallery?
Of course.
Mr. Tim Hollis, if you'd please stand, guest of Senator Figures. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, thank you, Senator Coleman.
Thank you.
Senator, I'm not sure, Mr. Fulford is not up here. If you'll just keep talking, let me go.
Okay, that'd be great. I'm on an email list, and again, I still have a direct connection. All of my college presidents actually, and a lot of folks actually, too many people actually have my cell number. So I get text messages about great things that are going on, and I needed to actually do some resolutions for Miles. We've had the boys basketball team and the girls basketball team this year to both win the SEAC championship. And so I've got to find out if we've done that in the past, or if that's historical that both the males and the female teams both are SEAC. Yeah. Maybe the third year in a row that the golf team has also won the SEAC championship. And so I need to do some resolutions for those student athletes because they're students first. Perfect. Thank you so much. That's a good number. That's a good number right there. That's a good number. Would love to see that trend up again to $1 million in the future. So, Mr. Chairman, I really would like to work with you on getting that to trend up. Even with everything that's going on with Birmingham Southern right now, the first thing President Knight did was extend to those Birmingham Southern students. You still have a home in Jefferson County.
Still have a problem, though, Senator, with one of your professors that teaches there.
Who is that?
I wouldn't dare say who it is.
So
somebody
that
we know we both know really well.
That's on the law school side. That is not on the undergraduate side. That I'm on.
As a professor, I don't know.
That's on the law school side. They have a separate board, separate appropriation. A separate board, separate everything. They just happen to still be housed there. But I'm gonna tell you, that law school is amazing. We have so many judges now from Jefferson County who went through Miles Law School and are now serving on the bench. And that's definitely something for the collective, both the law school and the undergrad, to be very proud of for the accomplishments of those students. So again, the college itself does so much with so little. They do so much with so little, so we got a trend. So when it comes to the Birmingham Southern students, of course, the first thing President Knight did was to extend the doors open to those students, that they still have a place in Jefferson County. I had a great intern that actually worked with my law firm that was from Birmingham Southern, and that young guy taught me some things. He actually was on scholarship, but also paying his way with bots. I had no idea that you could do that. So he would sell he could do. Trying to explain it to me. You can purchase bots or something on. I don't know. Some young people don't really have to explain it to me. So he used these bots to advertise whatever game system he had, and I don't know game systems, y'all. But some kind of way, he was able to supplement his income to be able to continue that school at the school. But we are welcoming those students over at Miles. In addition to that, again, there's a lot of discussion right now about what's going to happen to Birmingham Southern. And it's really a sad commentary that we weren't able to do more for the school. I mean, I was here when Marion Institute had an issue, and we did some other things many years ago, but I thought that one of the solutions. This was just me. I know the board didn't want to do it. I think if we would have made them a state-related institution, we might have had a better chance of being able to get that allocation. But right now, we are where we are. And they've said that they're going to close their doors at the end of this month. And so students need to go somewhere. They're welcome at Miles College. In addition to, now we have that huge campus in Jefferson County, that historical campus that we collectively need to be able to help and support. So I've met with the president of Miles College, and they're talking about now of doing a consortium of all of the HBCUs. I know one HBCU has kind of got out there on their own, but what an awesome opportunity to have a consortium with all of these HBCUs that have an expertise in that first-time student, and coming up with something. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it'll end up being STEM, or cyber, or what it could end up being, but I think that would be a great idea, and I want to get behind something to where we can collectively, with all of these HBCUs, not allow that property over there in Birmingham and like the heart of Birmingham. It's not my district, but right next door to it. One of my core memories comes from Birmingham Southern. You have those certain incidents in your life that are core memories. And my core memory, I was in college, and President Bill Clinton was coming to Jefferson County, and he was going to Birmingham Southern. And I was outside of the gate like everybody else. Those were different times, but I was outside of the gate and I saw a familiar person that ended up being one of the county commissioners. I was a young kid, and he ushered me on in up front, and I got a chance to have that experience at Birmingham Southern. So that's one of my core memories. That was the first time, I had ever seen a president of the United States up close. And so again, that I feel that connection. So we want to make sure that school and that property there, that is so important to the surrounding community. So when I think about that consortium, I now have a new position where my position is the director of economic and social justice, our center at Miles College. And we're setting up some certificate programs there. Work on programming. I could see how at that Birmingham Southern site with that consortium of all of those HBCUs, how they could be the center of research for underserved communities, housed right there in Jefferson County, but then that I would actually support the entire state. So I could see the vision. Hopefully we will be able to come together to get that consortium. And thank you so much. And thank you to the chairman for showing me that line item that I needed to see to make sure again that this school that has done so much with so little still has, an appropriation. I really would love to see that appropriation doubled. Again, I can just think about all that they could do. So one of the provosts, I cannot think of what her position is now, but when we first started, we started together in 2008. I started at Miles College in 1998, was the first time that I was there. Again, Dr. Dagumbar Mishra hired me then as a professor. Some of those kids and I were about the same age. I was 23 years old, I think getting ready to turn 24 years old at the time, and had the opportunity to teach my peers political science and have loved that and continued that work for many, many years. And so again, so many opportunities. They've done some great work. A civil rights site. I never got a chance to meet this young man. His name was Frank Dukes, but he was the SGA president at Miles College. I met his daughter. She actually did a film about his role as the SGA president at Miles College and how he was a part of the full movement that was the Children's March. Getting those students from Miles College to walk from Miles, from Fairfield to downtown Birmingham. So that campus itself is hallowed ground. I mean, the movement, there were movement members right there planning on not only changing Birmingham in the state of Alabama, but the world. And so again, that is we have a real opportunity to be able to do some great work at Miles if we can get some additional funding. So again, Mr. Chairman, I know there are other people who may want to speak. I thank you so much for showing me
Senator.
that line item, and I look forward to working with you, Senator, in the future about increasing that line item. And I'd like to have some further dialogue about that consortium and how here at the state level, especially with that $30 million set aside that we have, that's over there with our treasurer, how we can come together and do a full-fledged consortium at Birmingham Southern with those HBCUs. So thank you so much again for my time.
Thank you, Senator.
And your time.
Our time. This time I'd move adoption of the substitute, Mr. President, using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays, substitutes adopted. Senator Orr.
Mr. President, this time I'd move third reading using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 144 receives its final passage.
Mr. President, may I take a point of personal privilege?
You're recognized.
I just want to thank the membership. It's not easy, I wouldn't say, a lot of balancing, but thank you for working with me. And as we've talked about, my door is always open to even today start talking about next year if there's certain things that we need to be working on. But I appreciate your input and appreciate passing this bill unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Orr.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed, you recognize.
President, point of personal privilege.
You recognize.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to also say something that I think all of you want to say, and that is to Senator Orr. Senator Orr does an extraordinary job in being our budget chair in education. We've already offered words of appreciation and congratulations to the General Fund Chair as he brought those items through our chamber, and we're appreciative of these men and their committee members who do so much work. That is, as you well know, the number one most important responsibility of the Alabama legislature is to pass the budgets. And so that process is one that we are diligent about. It is not taken lightly in any regard, and Senator Orr does an extraordinary job in keeping us focused on making sure that we're doing exactly what we need to do with the people's money for the benefit of the people of the great state of Alabama. So with that, Senator Orr, thank you. The gentleman from Morgan County for your efforts and hard work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reed. Secretary called the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 163 by Representative Allman and others relating to education, BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton, you recognize.
I would like to move for the BR use of previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes. 30 ayes, no nays. Secretary call the bill.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 163 by Representative Allman regarding education.
Senator Singleton.
No. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and thank you for indulging through this budget. We just heard about a robust budget that we have. This is another piece of the budget, new item that was in the budget, the Alabama School of Healthcare Sciences. I want to thank Chairman Orr and Chairman Garrett for working through, along with the governor's office, with the city of Demopolis and the county of Marengo, who basically hosted, will be the host of this particular piece of legislation, and the results of it will become a shining beacon that will shine in the state of Alabama, that we will see the best return on our investment that we've ever had in terms of education, and especially education. while we applaud the cyber school, we applaud schools of math and science, we applaud the schools of arts and sciences, the School of Healthcare Science is just another beacon that the state of Alabama will be able to brag on around the world to show that there's a pattern by how which we can take rural areas and develop them into an area to meet needs of our public here in the state of Alabama. We've gone to a little thing called COVID. And we saw in rural Alabama where we did not have specialties to be able to help save people's lives. I know in my particular county of Hale, we have a hospital and we had respirators, but we didn't have a respiratory therapist to be able to run that respirator. So therefore, people had to be transferred out to other area hospitals. Fast forward to the day when we came up with this concept and this idea of the Alabama School of Health Sciences in Demopolis, Alabama, we partnered with the local hospital, which is a subsidiary of the UAB faculty and staff, along with the administrator, Mr. Doug Brewer, all came together with the county commission, city council, the mayor, came together to form an organization around this particular high school, ready to receive it, ready to embrace it, ready to endorse it, because we know that West Alabama and Demopolis is a place to where people will be proud. If you ever go there and visit, we sit right on the Tombigbee River. It is a safe community. It is a community of growth in the Black Belt. So we believe where we are, and along with the hospital that has grown and being a trauma level kind of a hospital, to where in the rural areas we're doing robotics, surgery there. UAB are sending doctors who are coming through doing surgery at this particular hospital. We thought that this would be the best home. And I know that other cities lined up, like Pell City over in Shelby County. You had Dothan, you had, I think even Selma and some other areas of the state. The study was done and it came back that Demopolis was the #1 for this particular school, especially the school in the state. I'm not standing here trying to convince you all about what this school is. I think that what you need to understand is that it has been awarded to Demopolis. And I would say to the state of Alabama, we will make you proud. I understand that on the other side here, gentlemen want to be able to come and speak because they too made a presentation for this particular school, and understanding and Macon also made a presentation for this particular school. And so that I hope that today, at the end of the day, that while in fair competition, that I could get the vote of these same people to come along and vote with this so that we can all work together to make this a beacon in the state of Alabama. So, Mr. President, before I get any further into any details, I want to yield to the gentleman and also understand that the lady who stands behind him will come, and we've already talked about this, and I respectfully yield the mic to them without losing my time and place to be able to come back to this bill.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Senator Bell.
Mr. Leader, I guess more I'm going to talk about is this study. We paid $500,000 for this study. And the problem I have is when we met with the team that did this study, we told them, we know whatever we do, it's going to come back with Demopolis. I'm not faulting Demopolis. I'm putting, taking my hat off and saying Demopolis did a heck of a job. Demopolis come up with this idea, but I'm going to go through some of the statistics in this study. We spent $500,000 for a report that come back that says 80.13% of the parents said school location is very important. The most comfortable location of the parents was Pell City at 72.3%. Demopolis was ranked 4th at 57.4%. Why is school location important? Safety was what they come back. 43.6% said safety. The next highest score was 14.5%. Hospital patient satisfaction score 71% at Pell City, 67% Demopolis. County health rankings. And the health rankings are on page 27, table 11 of the report, with 1 being the healthiest and 67 being the least healthy. Pell City, if you combine the scores from the 8 factors, Pell City scored a 137, Demopolis a 376. Crime and safety. Pell City, 423 violent crimes per annual rate of 100,000 population. Demopolis, 568 violent crimes per 100,000 annual population. Internet access by county. Access DL speeds 25 to 3, 92.1% Pell City. Demopolis, 70.44%. If you go up to the higher speed, Pell City is 88.1, Demopolis is 68.95. Proximity to healthcare facilities. They said Demopolis has the best proximity because of how close it was to the property. Pell City, I could throw a rock to where Pell City was going to give the property and the county was going to give the property. I could throw a rock and hit the site from the hospital. It's that close. The Pell City location, we have a very state-of-the-art veterans home. We have a very state-of-the-art hospital. It's not an old hospital. We also have a Jeff State campus there. They're all within a football field from each other, and all of them would be. But yet this report that we paid $500,000 for ranks Demopolis as far as being the best proximity to the healthcare facility. Then you go to proximity to public education. They're both about the same. Suitability to site to accommodate proposed facilities. I think they're both about the same on that. You get into a 75-mile radius. Get in a 75-mile radius of the population in 2022. Demopolis, 634,599. Pell City, 2,455,714. You get into the 10-year growth. Demopolis is showing a negative in the report. Pell City is a 5.1%. I'm not knocking Demopolis. I'm proud that we're working towards our children, our high school children, dual enrollment, what's come out of the cyber program up in Huntsville. I'm not knocking this school at all. I think the school is needed. I think we need to do a better job of our dual enrollments throughout the state in what we're doing, because this is our future. These kids in high school are our future. I'm more knocking this report that we paid $500,000 for, and if you break it down, the numbers don't match. And that's what I've went through, and I've got page after page after page. Let me say this, Demopolis is the one that started this. Give Demopolis some credit in the report and say, Demopolis come up with this, Demopolis started the idea, Demopolis floated the idea, Demopolis got behind it. Give them that in there and give them points based on that to raise it. But I have a problem paying $500,000 for a study that don't say that. But when you break the percentages down, Pell City is number 1. That's where I have the problem, is us spending state monies to fund a report that, I hate to say it, our high school could have wrote that report and done a better job and made Demopolis number 1 in the report. By giving Demopolis the factors of coming up with the idea, pushing the idea, finding other outside sources of funding for the idea, and doing that. But when they break it down, that's not what this report says. If they'd added that in there, then they could have come up with some words to give an increase, because Demopolis was the hub that created this. They're the ones that put it out there, started it. But we should get a refund of $500,000 to the state for what they did in this report. And it's like, I'm gonna vote for it. And I hope it's very successful. I wish we could do 4 or 5 of them throughout the state. I think we need more dual enrollment. I mean, I don't care if it's tech programs, health sciences, but we need to get more to a local level and maybe take the monies and break them into 12 locations into the high schools and community colleges we have. We have Jeff State. I would love to have some money there at my local Jeff State. We already have the dual enrollment through Jeff State. We have the veterans home where they get to help these veterans. It's unbelievable to watch these veterans interact with these high school kids. We have all those resources, but we don't have the ability to take in more students because of money. I'd love to be able to add some more of our high schools locally and do this locally and not hurt Demopolis, not hurt Dothan, not hurt Centerville, but do it more on a local level and expand the services we have. The cyber is the same way. I'd love for more kids to be involved in that and not have to move to Huntsville to do that. I wish we could do locally through either our 4-year colleges or our 2-year colleges and be able to do something of that nature to give the access to the kids a better education where they're living at home with their parents. They may be driving 20 minutes to the school, maybe to Jeff State in Pell City, to Demopolis if they live close by, and they get in the same cyber education or some other form besides just the health science, just the fine arts. But by putting these in certain parts of the state, you're really only getting a certain segment of the population where I think you could reach more people by breaking some of that money up and doing this. I think that's my long-term goal. My long-term problem with the way we're doing things is you only have so many people that are going to go to Huntsville. They're going to let their kids move to Huntsville and stay there and do this. You're only going to have so many people that if the health science school was in Pell City, only so many is going to let their kids leave home and at 16 years old and move to Pell City. It's a very small segment of the population that's going to allow that. But if we broke them down into 12 sites through the state, took the money, spread it out to our junior colleges, spread it out to our 4-year universities, I think we reach more people, we produce a better student, and we produce better leaders in our state, and that's more or less where I'm going from. I hope it succeeds. I hope a ton of kids get educated, but I also want a better education for other parts of the state where people are not letting their kids move off. I'd have a hard time letting my 16-year-old move. That's 16. I'm still trying to discipline them. I'm still trying to mold them where I want, and I've still got a belt that I can whip their butt if they don't do what Daddy tells them, and I've got that control over them, and that's where I'm at. So I hope it succeeds. I hope it's successful. I hope it's full. But I want us to look maybe next year to try doing more in localities throughout the state to bring better programs to our dual enrollment and help our high school kids.
Well, Senator, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And I hear you and I understand it. But as you know, Demopolis did not commission this study.
I agree. The state.
Okay, the study was commissioned from this altar.
Yes.
In the last year's budget. We did not choose the company. We just participated like everyone else, okay? So at the end of the day, I do agree with your philosophy on how it needs to be spread around the state. I'm not against that at all. But, because I think you're right. I would love for some of my students to be cyber. I would love for my students to be math and science. I love for some of them being in the arts. So when we start looking at specialties like this, you feel that, well, like you said, unless parents will allow their kids to go to these schools, other than that, most of the kids around don't get an opportunity to do it. But let me go back to something you were saying, and I understand in Pell City, and I'm glad that you all got into it. You made it competitive. There was an offer, and they look, being that the fact that you have those state-of-the-art centers and things of that nature, we have dual enrollment right down the street with Wallace, within a rock throwing. Where this school is going to be right there. Kids can just walk out and walk next door, walk into the hospital. Partnering with UAB, who definitely wrote this curriculum and looking at this curriculum, bringing their doctors in. One of our best trauma and teaching hospitals in the state, Huntsville Hospital, has joined in making sure that we are a partnership. We have more than 30-some odd hospitals who will join in together to make sure that there's a great partnership with this, who have signed off on this particular project. I was talking to the administrator of the hospital in Marengo County. And so you look at UAB, there are doctors who have left UAB and now want to live in Demopolis. Because they're in that big competitive environment. They want to be out to where they can feel the hospital, how the hospital really work. I heard them talk about how the hospital work and how they can get a full fulfillment. And when you start talking about robotic surgery, how doctors are competing for robotic surgery time at UAB, but they can come to Demopolis and get all the time on the robot that they want, okay? So there's some value to us being small and being able to get good quality and the ability to see it, and everything is not moving so fast. So therefore we think that where we are in a great and beautiful position, just as you would think that you are in Pell City. I think that we're gonna have some state-of-the-art facilities to offer to these children, just as Pell City. So therefore, if the opportunity comes around, I'll be the first one to sign on to that bill with you to let's spread this out, let's do it. Because even the Bloomberg Foundation talked about, doing not only Alabama, but they're doing 10 of these sites and funding across the United States. But if Alabama would be one of the first rural ones, that they're being in an urban, philanthropist organization, they've been doing all of their projects in the urban areas. So when they started looking at this rural project, only one of the 10 will be rural. They think that this could be a beautiful model that could spread around the United States as they spread their wings and allow their monies to go out and be able to get their return on it. So with that, I think that we're setting up something that's going to be unique, not only for Alabama, but for the nation. And I think that once we can show the success of this particular program, you will start to seeing more funding for other programs around the state, just as you are envisioning. And I want to be the first one to sign on that bill with you, and I want to maybe get that out, because I think that healthcare is not an absence in just West Alabama, but there are dry spots all over the state of Alabama where healthcare is a problem.
Amen. If what you said would have been in this report, then we might have got our dollars worth on the 500,000.
Well, I didn't write the report.
I know. What I'm saying is, to me, it was a flawed report. I'm proud we're going to have something for our kids, whether it's 12 locations, whatever. I could have done a better job. I'm more attacking this report.
You've heard that old poker term. I play the hand that I'm dealt.
Amen.
Okay, I'm playing the hand that I was dealt. Because it was looking even dim for us, okay? We're here. A lot of work has gone into this, a lot of hard hours. These people from Demopolis that are sitting right here, gentlemen from Demopolis, will y'all please stand up on the board of directors? I apologize, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, but these gentlemen on the board of directors for this health science school, they have been doing tireless hours. I got county commissioners who are probably from West Alabama that are here, who are here to support us also. Not just Demopolis, but Sumter County and other counties that are surrounding us that believe in what we're doing. We're not, because we'll get kids from everywhere. We're going to show them the Southern hospitality. We're going to show them how it is done, in an area. So we didn't write it.
I know.
We embrace it. We birthed the baby. We conceived it. We want the baby, we want to grow it, and we want to show the world that we are worth this investment from this budget, just as cyber was, because no one else had to do this now.
Right.
Because when cyber, math and science and everybody else, even cyber, only their local Chamber of Commerce approved them. But we had to go through this.
We should have got next time. Won't we just get us an extra 500,000? We
shouldn't have to do that.
Right. I think we wasted 500,000.
Exactly.
You birthed it. Like you said, it was the brainchild there. Why do we pay 500,000 for a report
But the thing about it is that I just need you all to believe in us, because if people believed in us, like we believed in Huntsville, like we believed in elsewhere, and questioned whether or not we could do it, we wouldn't have to be here.
I'm going to believe with you in a few minutes when we vote.
Okay? Thank you.
Good luck.
We would not have to do this.
Thank you.
Okay?
All right. Thanks, Senator Bell. Senator, I believe in you.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah. And
thank you.
I was also impressed.
Me and Little Bobby, too?
And little Bobby, too. Hey, and I'll say this. The special guest in the gallery came up to Marshall County, super impressed with what they're wanting to do.
Thank you, and we appreciate you coming out to dinner with us tonight.
All right. Senator.
Mr. President, I'd just like to converse with my colleague over here. On this school, is there a board on this school? Is there a board?
Yes, that's a board.
How could I get an appointment on this board?
I got you covered. I got you covered.
You got Senate District 17?
Yes.
Direct appointment?
along with the farm center.
Do I get two?
No,
I need two appointments.
No, you're not gonna get no two now.
Well, come on, I need two.
You know, you can't get
Sure.
two. You might need two, but you can get one.
I don't know if I can be for it if I don't get two.
Oh well, you ain't but one person.
All right.
I'm sure they all lining up to say some good stuff.
You think so?
Look here.
So I get an appointment. We're good with that.
I'm feeling good about this. Yeah, I know you may want
this is local to you, so I'll stay off this board. Just as a courtesy.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Shelnut. Senator Weaver.
So first, I'd just like to say kudos to your community. I have never seen such passion as I have seen from your community of Demopolis in trying to get something like this created. They certainly have worked hard and have really beat the bushes for, gosh, a year or two now, just making sure that everybody is educated on what they want to do. That being said, you and I have had some conversations, and I'm still, I guess, very skeptical. I'm not 100% convinced. I spent my life planning healthcare facilities and business development for clinical product lines and looking at way that we grow the next generation. And, do I believe that there is a better way to address rural healthcare shortages? I do. Like what Senator Bell said, I really believe that there is an opportunity for us all to be involved in our communities. And going forward, you're going to see me advocating for that because not every child is going to be able to go to Demopolis. There are going to be kids who want to stay in their communities to play football and cheer, and some of them's home life don't allow them to go to a school like that. And so going forward, I really would love to see us as a state invest in public-private partnerships with our rural hospitals across the state in creating local healthcare academies so that every child has an opportunity to be developed. As I sat through some of these things with people in Demopolis, there are still a lot of things that have to be addressed at the state level before they can do what they're proposing to do. And, I would love to help in getting through some of that. I've talked to some of the guys that I sat through in those proposals because I think that you have great vision. I just think that there's still a lot of hurdles that you have to jump through before you're able to get to that final product that they want to be at. They're just, again, I'm not 100% convinced. I'm excited.
I'll take 90. I'll take 90. I'll take a good 90 from April over some other folks' 100.
Okay. Well, one thing I do want to say to the budget chair, I do appreciate him making this contingent upon adopting this policy for the plan, because I think we have to be good stewards of state dollars. And, we just voted on that if this school does not open in Demopolis or if it fails to operate in 10 years, that there'll be a plan on how we address that with our state dollars. So I will tell you that's something that makes me feel a little bit better about investing such a large amount of state dollars in this. And again,
is it Demopolis or is it the concept that you don't want that money invested in? Are you saying that the people in Demopolis, you don't feel like we can?
No, absolutely. If anybody can do it, Demopolis can.
Oh, okay. I just want to be clear. That's all.
No. Again, I'm not 100% convinced that this concept is the best way to grow our healthcare
to deliver the services.
Yes, and so I guess another thing that's confusing to me is this specifically related to rural healthcare workforce, or is it workforce for healthcare in all areas of the state?
In all areas of the state, yes.
And I think that was some confusion I had. In the beginning, I thought it was specifically related to rural healthcare development. And then I saw something on Capital Journal where someone said, we're going to have these MRI techs. They're going to be trained in the highest innovation. They're going to be at UAB and Huntsville Hospital. And I thought, that's a little bit different there, because if you're training kids for innovation, that's different than training specifically for for rural health care. So,
But you're going to get a lot of rural health care. But hopefully there'll be a lot of kids from the rural who will stay in those areas. We want kids to stay in the area. If someone from Huntsville wants to come down, they'll come down, get their schooling, go back in the summertime, intern at the hospital there in Huntsville based on a partnership that will be there. So if they want to go back to their community and work and live in their community, then that's what we want them to do.
Right.
We're not saying you got to be bound, to come to the rural area. If you come to the school, you got to go work in a rural community. That is not the case. We want people to go back because this is a healthcare school for the state of Alabama, not just for Demopolis.
well, I appreciate the passion that you have brought to this. They certainly have a great advocate in you for Demopolis. And again, still a little bit skeptical, but I know if anybody successful.
And I appreciate you, Senator, and I appreciate your comments and your passion for you being straightforward and saying what you really feel. When we came to talk to you, you were never, wavering about your position and where you were. And I believe, I always could accept that honesty, over somebody just telling me something and walking off and trying to make me feel good about it. So I appreciate the honesty and the sincerity that you gave and appreciate you giving me whatever percentage that you have in this school. We'll take it. Doc, talk to me.
Mr. President.
Senator Stutz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask a few questions, and
I hope I can answer them for
you. I too will.
If I can't, then I'll get somebody down here to answer them for you, okay?
That's the deal. If I too want to echo what Senator Weaver said, that I appreciate your passion for the project, and I too have talked to different people, met with some people from Demopolis. In no way am I against Demopolis having a program there. That's not where I'm headed with my questions, and I just want to make that clear on the front end. But can you explain, upon completion of this school, you go there, say, as a ninth grader, and then when you are graduated, exactly what would one be qualified to do?
Well, there are some stackable certificates that they will be given once they graduate, okay? These kids will immediately be employed in the healthcare industry after graduation. They can go then to a 2 or 4 year school. If they are dual enrollment, they can go into a 4-year school because they will all be basically going into dual enrollment. Not everybody's just going to go to work in a hospital. Some of these kids are going to want to go and further their education. They can go to either a 2-year program or into a RN program, at a 4-year school, or maybe go into whatever the RN program or nursing program at the 2-year college level if they want to continue.
So they're going to have a high school diploma.
They're going to have a high school diploma with a certificate.
With a certificate saying that they're qualified to
do XYZ.
Take blood pressure to that's what I'm asking. Will they have a certificate
based on the
certified medical assistant, or will they just have a high school diploma and say, hey, I'm interested in health care?
Yes, based on the curriculum that will be done. We're not saying, so you're trying, I thought I had got those answers for you, that they came down and answered those questions for you because you asked me those questions in the hallway one day, okay? And at the time, I don't have that booklet in front of me based on all, I'm sorry, Senator, there's a part of the manual that we had. If I had it in front of me, I could tell you exactly what all of those certificates will give them when they leave there and what they can do when they go. I apologize, but I will get that to you, okay?
Yeah. All right.
So I can show it to you in writing.
I've just got just a couple of other specific questions. I understand what the appropriation is this year. What's the projected annual cost? What's the appropriation going to need to be next year and the next?
Well, if you look at what we're doing for cyber schools and those appropriations, we're getting this initial appropriation, and we would be appropriated just like cyber in other schools that does get appropriation. We're not outside of their margin. If you look at what the budget chair does for all of those specialty schools, we're just going to be there in the line item just like they are.
Do you have any projected enrollment?
Well,
what numbers do you
we're hoping to have at least 200 kids in this school.
Is that 9 through 12?
9 through 12 in the first year. Yeah.
So by the fourth year, is the plan just to start with a ninth grade and then take 10th grade and just move them up?
Yes.
So
yeah,
first
it's going to be
year,
a slow,
it'll be
gradual
3 years
process.
before
You're not
anybody.
going to drop, all in. We got to build the recruitment and get them in, and start getting the number of kids into the schools. Get the recruitment in. We're going to be recruiting around the state. Hospitals are going to help us recruit. Nursing homes will help us to recruit. We're going to our school systems. We'll put in a marketing plan. UAB is going to be there helping recruit other students, and we're going to definitely depend on local hospitals who are working in and around, may have kids who are interning, who are coming from their high school programs to the hospitals to intern and trying to help them understand what kind of careers that could be there in Demopolis for them. Those families will come in, we'll interview them and make sure that we get the best kids around the state who want to be in Demopolis to make sure that they get the best education they possibly can.
So what year do you expect the first students to enroll?
So we're looking at, this is 24. So we're going to be in partnership with UWA. All right, to start out with, before we even get our dorms built and get them up, there's going to be a partnership that's going to be worked out with the University of West Alabama to get those kids and get started there before we can even bring the kids back into Demopolis while we build our schools and dormitories. So you're talking about a couple of years before they are in Demopolis.
Okay, so you're looking at, and you expect this same type of appropriation next year and the next?
Yes.
So we would
not the 15 million, no. I wish I could get 15 million each year. Yes, I would love that.
So
now you're asking me. Yes, I would love that.
So what I'm asking is, if we enroll the first students in optimistically 2026, and then
I think we're going to enroll them before then. I hope so.
They would be ninth graders. So yes. 27, they'd be 10th graders. 28, it would be the 29 school year. It would be 5 years from now before anybody's actually graduated. Is that?
Yeah, we're talking about 400 students and starting in the fall of 2026. Yes.
Yeah. And, I'm not belaboring the point, but if you said, we've got 50 students a year is what your goal is for enrollment. I'm just making the point that by the time we actually have anyone that is graduated from the program, we're going to have $1 million apiece invested in them. My point is,
that's a beautiful investment.
I have two students right now, two career tech students working in my office. I always have one or two medical assistant students that work in my office. Several of them, it's led to full-time employment when they finished high school. For basically all of them, it leads to a summer job of working during the summer. And that's through the Career Tech program at our local high school. And my point is, nothing against Demopolis, nothing against your enthusiasm for this, but my point is this money is a lot better spent funding the career tech programs all over the state at high schools that already have this, and we're going to reach a lot more than 50 kids a year with $15 million. And like I said, our local high school has a career tech program in medical assisting. I've got an ultrasound student from one of the community colleges right now that's doing a rotation with the certified ultrasonographer that's in my office. I have students in these paraprofessional and professional healthcare careers that are working in my office all the time. So I'm familiar with the program, and I want us to have the program, but I want us to disperse the money all over the state where we will reach a lot more students. And so I appreciate your enthusiasm. I'm not going to belabor the point, but I'm for the program, but I'm going to vote against the bill because I want the money sent all over the state and not spending $40 or $50 million on 50 students that aren't going to be completing a program for 5 years. We're going to be millions of dollars in the hole before the first student finishes. And if we put this money toward the career tech programs that are already in place in communities all over the state, we'll have people next year that will be in the workforce because of the program, not 5 years from now. But again, I appreciate your commitment to it. I enjoyed meeting with the people from Demopolis. My no vote has nothing to do with being against Demopolis. I just don't think this is a wise way to spend our education dollars, so that's why I'm going to be voting no. But I appreciate your listening to me and appreciate your dialogue.
Thank you. Appreciate you too.
Thanks, Senator Stutz.
Appreciate your honesty.
Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, my colleague.
Hi.
I was listening to your conversation with Senator Stutz earlier, and I don't want to repeat any of that because I want to be respectful of everybody's time. But he seems concerned about the cost per student, and it seems to me to be very high. So we're $15 million in state dollars. How many are coming from this Bloomberg thing? How much money are we getting there?
You're talking about $26 million that come from the Bloomberg.
Okay.
And all of that is not into, different programs. We're talking about money that we'll be using in the capital outlay to help build a school. So you got to get started. So you're going to have a high cost on the front end before it levels out. I think, if you West Alabama just built a new $23 million charter school. In the area. You'll look at what the cyber school is going to build a new dorm, and that's going to be upfront costs. So you can't say that all of that cost is on the pupil himself, but a lot of that's going to be upfront costs in construction.
I understand. Again, I just look at the value and the efficacy of it and just have concerns. And again, I'm sharing what some of my colleagues have said already. When we look at the career tech programs we have around the state, and I've got one in Baldwin County that's in high school, dual enrollment at high school, right?
See, some of y'all are just blessed to have all these high-tech schools, got all the units that you need, you got all of the, daily average students running over with students, and you got money going out the gazoo, you got local dollars where dollars are not in a lot of these other areas. So I hear you, and I'm glad y'all have those Cadillac programs.
Well, and so my point is, if we've done that with local dollars, which in Baldwin County we have, called Baldwin.
And I don't have local dollars in my area.
I understand. And so I'm willing, and you and I have talked about this before, for the state to spend state dollars in those areas. My question, though, is, and my concern is, are we spending them as efficiently as we can? And this, to me, when you start looking at cost per student, doesn't seem very efficient. The dollars.
I would think that we are, because I can look at that budget and think, and find a lot of inefficiency in education in terms of $13 billion, okay? I think it's not efficient when we take a CHOOSE Act and you leave a school behind, and then we're still gonna be graded on that school behind and put no money into those schools. I think that we're taking money and we're just throwing it somewhere else that we don't know where it's gonna land. So, but I'm not even gonna get into those kind of arguments, but the thing about it is, are we spending efficient money here? Yes, you are. And I will argue that to the day, and I think that's gonna be subjective between the two of us.
That's fair. That's fair enough. This is a residential program, right?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Well, we want to be able to bring kids from all over the state into there. So why have them to come, leave and go back? We want them to come just like the School of Math and Science, just like the School of Fine Arts, just like cyber is going to build a dorm. We wanted the same thing in this particular area.
Are we allowing, let's say we don't have enough applicants. We're talking about 50 kids a year starting up. And then
hopefully we get more than that.
Okay. Well, let's say we're not getting enough applicants. Look, I think the residential programs in some instances, you mentioned math and science, are great. They work well. They've proven track record. I mean, Alabama School of Math and Science, it's in the senator from Mobile's district. Turns out kids, their average ACT score is 30. Their average ACT score is 30. So I think there's certainly merits to the residential program.
But we're still lacking math and science teachers in this state.
I know.
So we're gonna fulfill these roles right here because you're gonna get these kids with a return on your dollar. They're gonna be nurses and doctors and technicians in this state. Not necessarily we spend the money and we don't get the return on those dollars back to our state.
So my question about the residential portion of this is, if this is residential and we don't hit our targets for having kids that want to leave their parents and go to school and live in Demopolis in this residential program, are we going to open it up to commuter students, right? Folks that live in your district, folks that live there.
We hope for people who live there is going to apply also. This is not just, we're welcoming everybody from the outside and kids from the local areas not getting. We're hopeful. Doing dual enrollment in health science and want to go into these specialty programs. We're glad to go to the school. Parents are in this area who are waiting on this school to open. I think we could, if we started getting an enrollment list, we'll have a waiting list probably from kids who are around the area, but we will go through and screen these kids to make sure that we're getting kids from all over the state, and we want to give the local kids the same opportunity, yes.
What if it doesn't work?
I mean, what if cyber didn't work? What if your workforce center doesn't work? Okay, we could what if on all of it. Okay, that's around the state on anything on what if. I am not even going to deal with the what if. I know it's going to work. I'm positive it's going to work. You can deal with what if. That you're not going to get me to sit here in a what if scenario because I believe it's going to work. I'm not even going to entertain the what if.
Well, like Senator Weaver said earlier, with you behind it, I think it's got the best chance it's got for sure.
Thank you, my friend.
When I do the math on the per student cost, I have concerns. It's going to lead me to vote no on the legislation. I wanted to let you know that up front, just based on the math and the calculation, the value proposition. But I respect what you're trying to do for your district. I understand the passion that you got, and you represent your district well, sir.
Thank you, sir. If a friendly community, not today. Yes, sir.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
I just wanted to come and tell you, I've been for this the whole time. I'm a little worried about something. There's a pretty big major issue that I started reading through this, and that was partially of all roads lead back to Coleman, and that county commission that you have down there, I'm a little worried about that one gentleman, especially Jason Wyndham. I believe he's up there on that front row. Governor, would you like to recognize him for me?
Sure, yeah, got a special guest in the gallery and also a friend of Senator Gudger, so that makes you even more special. Marengo County Commissioner Jason Wyndham, if you could please stand.
All right.
Yeah, welcome to Alabama Senate.
I couldn't resist. I had to do that. I'm for the legislation. I'm backing for. I just want to give you a little bit of a heart attack with me lining up.
I know, man.
Just letting you know that, my friend. Thanks for what you're doing and bringing to the state of Alabama. It's going to help everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Singleton. And there may have been
I'm sorry.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
Mr. President, thank you. It's an interesting piece of legislation. I know there was a study that was done that included Montgomery County in that study. I am interested in what I've heard may be a proposed amendment to it, moving it to Marshall County. Interested in hearing that whenever it comes up. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Sounds like a great amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
May I dialogue for a moment be recognized?
Yes.
You're recognized.
Senator, thank you for listening to me. I'm voting for your bill.
Thank you.
I think this is a move forward for Alabama. It may help your district, but I'm convinced it will help Alabama.
It will help
This is a matter that we can increase the training in medical fields, which we are in dire need of. It will give us a means so that we can have a place of training within the local realms of where people need to be trained. It will give us an opportunity that we can spread the training and the expertise in an area that is a desert in much of these areas. It's time we started looking at Alabama and not just the county lines and the boundary lines and the river lines. It's time for us to start looking at a means of how we can better ourselves and not somebody or someone else. It's time for us to find a way to take some limited resources and implement them, not just based on studies, but on faith and on exercising the means to make something happen. And there's lots of stories in history of where failures and plans and things do not make it and how successes even occur. But you're never going to achieve a success anywhere in anything until you try. This is an element of means of where Alabama tries to improve itself, tries to get the medical training in places where it's needed, tries to invest in the areas that need the investment. I support your bill. I'm going to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albritton.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it.
Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wow. Was that Albritton? Wow.
I wish you said that the other day.
You know, we had a little conversation. I think Albritton just took everything that I was going to say, because we have talked about this. We have people who serve as committee chairs that have talked about the need for expansion of educational opportunities when it comes down to rural health care and those types of things. You've got to start somewhere. And everybody, out of all the meetings that I have attended in serving on workforce committee, there was always a talk about planting seeds, so to speak, and building that crop, growing that crop in rural Alabama to provide a mechanism to draw those people in rural Alabama, those students, to an area because they live there, they have an attachment to it, so that we can continue that crop to grow and attract new students. And I'm just sort of surprised by some of the things from my colleagues that I've heard. Everybody's got their own opinion. But maybe because it's not in my area, or maybe because it's not my idea and I didn't bring it to the table, even though all along I have been pushing and fighting for the same thing. And I don't even know if it was your idea. The bottom line is that
I don't take the total credit for it.
The bottom line is that it's where we said we wanted to go, regardless of who brought it to the table. We are, I keep saying, we are one Alabama. Like 5 fingers makes up this one hand. We are one Alabama. And I'm hoping that when this vote is taken, that we will pass this and not move our state backwards. Because every time we take a vote against moving our state forward, I listen at the radio talk show at home, and there's one disc jockey that, I won't call him a disc jockey because he is general manager and owner of the radio station, but he has a talk show, and he has this saying of "Alla backwards." Alla backwards. Every time we shoot ourselves in the foot or cut our noses to spite our own faces, we do move ourselves backwards. This moves us forward, and I'm hoping that we will support it. Senator Singleton, I want to commend you. It's not necessarily in the county that you live, I don't think, but it's in the area that you represent. I think we all should take pride. I don't represent that area down there, but anything that moves Alabama forward and puts a star in our crown, I'm proud of it because I represent the entire state of Alabama. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Coleman Madison.
Mr. President.
Senator Sessions.
Senator Singleton, I'm going to stand here in support of your legislation today, or Representative Allman's legislation. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great area of this state for this to go to. You know, we have these type of schools all up and down the state. I'm going to give you all the credit because I think maybe a lot of the credit belongs to some of my dear friends in Mobile, you know, the School of Math and Science. And that school takes students from your area, it takes students from Huntsville, and I'm assuming that this school is going to do the same thing.
I have 3 kids in my area there now.
And I think this health science school will take students from my area,
it will.
Huntsville area, from Birmingham, from Montgomery, and it'll expose it to a part of the state that they may not get a chance to be exposed to. And that's a good thing. And I just want to applaud you and applaud the governor for this, and looking forward to voting for this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sessions.
At this time, I would like to move for third reading, dispense with use of long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Oh.
Mr. Albritton.
Somebody had asked for the long roll already. I told them I would do that.
Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$28 ayes, 3 nays, 1 abstention. House Bill 163 passes.
Mr. President, I just want to thank the body. I want to thank the governor of the state of Alabama. I want to thank the citizens of Demopolis, the county commissioners, the board. For those of you who are in this room who voted yes, I want to thank you for believing in us. For those of you who voted no, we will show you that you are Alabamians just like we are, and your kids are welcome to Demopolis, and we will keep them safe. Thank you, and God bless y'all.
All right, Senator Albritton.
Mr. President, I have a bill I'd like to recommit to Judy.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
House Bill number 334 has been re-referred to the Judiciary Committee.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that, along with every other person as well who has expressed this, that I appreciate the body passing that bill, and I appreciate the governor providing. You know, let me stop for a minute. We always hear every now and then folk talking about pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Pull yourself up. Well, you got to have some boots and some straps before you can start pulling yourself up. And that's what I think we just did. We provided some boots and some straps that in due time will allow people to be able to pull themselves up, get a skill, get trained, and everything else. And so because of that, I just want to thank everybody for providing that opportunity for everybody in the state of Alabama in general, and for the people in the western part of just whoever lives over there, in that part of the state in particular. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right, thanks, Senator Smithman. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 22 by Representative Gidley regarding K-12 assistant principals. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
Move adoption of BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection?
Maybe a long roll. Let's get a clean roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 22 by Representative Gidley regarding assistant principals.
All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill allows for more assistant principals across the state, which we really need, and would certainly be helpful to help in our schools, as we talked about during the budget conversation. So I'd yield any questions.
All right, Senator Allen.
I've just got a brief question for you, Senator. I think you and I had this very brief comments and discussion. All right, let's just say hypothetically that a school has 900 students. How many assistant principals will that school have?
It depends on what level. If we're talking high schools or middle school, elementary school.
How about K through?
And I'm not going to be exactly sure off the top of my head, and Mr. Fulford's not here, and Ms. Stallworth's not here.
But we'll talk about that later, man.
This bill will help deploy more assistant principals across the state, and I believe we need it. And they certainly, as we discussed, the principals where they're the sole administrator in a school, and most of those are elementary schools. They need the help and the assistance, and that's what this bill will help do.
Okay. We'll visit later on this.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, I'd move third reading using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 22 passes. Thank you, Senator Orr.
On that one.
All right, Senator Reed.
On page 9 of the count.
Hold on, I didn't call the next bill. Hold on. Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we've got some House messages that require action, and I would like for those to come forward at this moment.
All right, Secretary, call first House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 336 by Senator Wagner regarding research and development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator Reed.
I'd like to make a motion that we concur. Maybe we need a long roll.
We have a good roll.
We have a good roll than a previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 336. All right. Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 322 by Senator Chambliss relating to the Department of Corrections. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
I've had conversations with the sponsor, and he is in complete agreement with the changes in the House. So I'd make a motion that we concur using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 322, the Senate concurs. All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 137 by Senator Gudger relating to the Alabama Sunset Law, Board of Massage Therapy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I've talked with the sponsor here, and there's some questions that need to be worked out amongst the chambers. So with that, I'm going to ask there be a motion that we non-concur and go to conference using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate non-concurs and goes to conference. The conferees are Senator Gudger, Senator Elliott, Senator Singleton. All right.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask that you recognize the chairman of LL1 at this point. We've got a request that he needs to make.
Mr. President.
All right, Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I would move that we allow local legislation to report throughout the legislative day.
All right. Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask the desk, do we have some other messages? Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, great.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 394 by Representative Reynolds and others regarding the Alabama Building Renovation Finance Authority is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, General Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 487 by Representative Colvin and others relating to Marshall County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 491 by Representative Easterbrook relating to Choctaw County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Yes, sir. Let's continue with the calendar, Mr. President. Thank you.
Secretary, call next bill on the calendar.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill number 62 by Representative Hill regarding justices and judges. BIR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator, you're recognized.
A motion to adopt BIR using previous row. No objections.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill number 62 by Representative Hill regarding retired judges.
Mr. President.
Senator Bell.
This bill allows the presiding judge in a circuit to use the funds they currently have to recall a judge to come with caseload, help resolve cases. And I think it's something very needed in many counties. That's just an avenue for them to do that. It's not costing much the money they have in their previous accounts there in those counties. So motion for adoption, previous row, no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 62 passes. Thank you, Senator Bell. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill number 78 by Representative Ensler regarding crimes and offenses. BR pending.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for adoption of the BIR using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill number 78 by Representative Ensler regarding crimes and offenses.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we passed the Senate version out of this chamber. This outlaws or creates a crime of swatting. I think you know what it does. If I hear no other questions or see nobody at the other side for questions, I'd move for final passage of HB 78 using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 78 passes. Thanks, Senator Barfoot. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 215 by Representative Fidler regarding the Department of Conservation. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Elliott.
move the BIR using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 215 by Representative Fidler regarding the Department of Conservation.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Living Shoreline Bill. It just encourages the use of living shorelines and construction of living shorelines instead of bulkheads by reducing the fee for the dredge material. And seeing no questions, I'd move for final passage using previous rule.
I'm sorry, Senator Elliott.
That was just me moving for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 215 passes. Thanks, Senator Elliott. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 327 by Representative Baker regarding geologic storage. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
Move for passage of the BIR using previous rule with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 327 by Representative Baker regarding geologic storage.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
This is the same bill that we passed already here in the Senate. The House version is the same as what we had dealing with the carbon dioxide geologic storage in ground and such. And I think I have someone here with a question. I understand you had a good breakfast this morning.
Oh, I did. I don't have a question. This is the proper time for me to say what I want to say. Is he? I don't know if he's still up there. There he is right there. Hey, y'all look up there. That's our state director right there. That man right there. Give him a hand. He's the one of what he's doing with the storage, with the gas and stuff. That's our man. He and I had a great breakfast this morning. I enjoyed myself with you. And he educated me to the level I've never been educated on this before. So I'm just glad he was able to come. And Senator, I just wanted to share that with everyone. That this is a great bill, and it's going to really, really help us tremendously in this particular area. So I'm back. It's back to your mic, and thank you, Mr. President, for letting me speak.
Always. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Move for final passage, third reading, using previous rule without objection.
All right. Senator Allen, what, you have an objection?
No, I don't. I just wanted to say that Nick Hughes bragged about that senator this morning.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. All right. Thank you. All right. So we have a motion for final passage using previous rule.
Using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 327 passes. Thank you, Senator Albritton.
Thank you.
Secretary, call next bill.
On page 54 of the calendar, House Bill number 407 by Representative Pettis relating to income taxes. BR pending.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move for the passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
All right. Any objection? You object? Long roll? Okay.
I'm going to have some.
Senator Coleman, do you want to speak or you want the long? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just trying to make sure, which bill is this?
This is Bill 407, which is Pettis, which this is dealing with a bill that we all know that we passed last year, partially the overtime bill. What happens is people that are on the 40-hour work week is one thing, which is what that bill passed for. What this does is help the fire, the police, sheriff departments, railroad workers, anybody that's not based on a 40-hour week is what this is based off of. And so the counties and cities are having reporting issues, and they wanted us to correct that because right now the system that we did from the overtime bill does not fit the way that they have with their work shifts that are over 40 hours.
Okay, thank you for that. Wrong Pettis bill. I thought this was the one on I thought this was the property tax bill, so I wanted no objection to using the previous rule. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Got a motion to use previous roll. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
I believe there's a committee amendment, and I'd like to table that using previous rule without objection.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The committee amendment is tabled.
And I've got another amendment to offer, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 407 as engrossed by Senator Gudger. Replace lines 103 through 104 on page 4 with the following. Replace line 107 on page 4 with the following. Replace lines 119 through 120 on page 5 with the following.
But we're good.
Replace line 126 on page 5 with the following.
All right, Senator Gudger.
I would like to make a motion to adopt this floor amendment using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
All right, 31 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Gudger.
I have another amendment I would like to place.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 407 as engrossed by Senator Gudger. Replace lines 100 through 106 on page 4 with the following. Replace lines 116 through 120 on page 5 with the following. Replace lines 147 through 148 on page 6 with the following.
Go ahead. We're good. We're good. All right, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion to adopt this amendment using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays. 31 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Gudger, amendment number 2 passes.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Gudger.
President. I want to make sure our colleagues understand both of those amendments. All that those do is they add requirements to report to the Department of Revenue, and it helps the city and counties be able to report for the overtime. This actually makes the fiscal note of this actually decrease a little bit from where it is. So I think it's a positive. Having said that, I'd like to make a motion for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 407 passes. Thank you, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, next I want to recognize a special guest in the gallery before we move on. When I call your name, if you could please stand. The guest of Senator Stewart, Representative Thaddeus Douglas. If you could please stand. Yeah, I'm sorry, Reverend, not Representative. Can't read your writing. Great to have you in the Alabama Senate. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, House Bill number 418 by Representatives Kirkland and Underwood regarding the State Board for General Contractors. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
I move BIR using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, House Bill number 418 by Representatives Kirkland and Underwood regarding the State Board for General Contractors.
Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
Members, we passed this bill, the Senate version of this bill already. This takes the licensure requirement for the Board for General Contractors from $50,000 worth of work to $100,000 worth of work, and it deals with labor brokers as well. And seeing no questions,
May I be recognized?
Yeah, you're recognized.
Would you? I didn't get it all.
No problem.
We got them. Our little speakers back there sometimes don't want to kick in. They should throw it up to the roof. And so, if you kind of just share what you just said.
So, Senator, this is the same bill that you and I had the same conversation about. We passed the Senate version of this bill already that takes the requirement for licensure for the Board for General Contractors from $50,000 up to $100,000 worth of work for commercial work.
Okay, good enough.
Okay.
I just didn't know.
No, but quite all right. We're moving along, so okay. Seeing no other questions, I move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 418 passes. Thanks, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 305 by Senator Figures and others regarding local boards of education. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Figures.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, actually, it doesn't only have to do with boards of education, but it also has to do with state employees. And those state employees it has to do with are the women who have babies, like all of your mothers had you. But this bill is what we call the parental leave bill, because right now, the women working for the state or the boards of education around the state do not have paid leave to go and have their babies. So I do have some amendments that I would like to vote up and down. This one is a very simple amendment. It just changes the name of this act to the Alabama Family Leave Act rather than the long name that's here now, Alabama State Employee Family First Paid Parental Leave Act. So it just changes the name of the act to the Alabama Family Leave Act.
Got an amendment, is that right?
I'm sorry.
Oh, we need to adopt the BR.
That's right. I am so sorry, Mr. President. I move for adoption of the BIR for SB 305 using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 305 by Senator Figures and others regarding boards of education. Committee substitute pending.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the committee substitute using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitute's adopted. All right, Senator Figures.
Mr. President, I want to move to adopt this amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive an amendment.
Amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill 305 by Senator Figures. Replace lines 21 through 22 on page 1 with the following. The Alabama Family Leave Act.
Move for adoption, using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Figures amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Figures.
Mr. President, I have another amendment that actually changes the number of weeks of leave from 6 weeks to 8 weeks for a woman. There are so many daycares or child care facilities that won't even take a baby less than 8 or 9 weeks old.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment, please.
Amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill 305 by Senator Figures. Replace line 81 on page 3 with the following. Replace line 93 on page 4 with the following.
All right, Senator Figures.
Move for adoption of the amendment using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? You object? Okay.
It changes the timeline from a leave for a woman to take 8 weeks leave after having a baby rather than 6 weeks.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Senator Orr?
Do we have a fiscal note on this, Senator?
No, sir, not to my knowledge as yet, since you substituted it. But I don't know that you could ever really get a true fiscal note for this, because you don't know the number of, it would actually vary from year to year depending on the number of women who had a baby.
I would have to think that if we looked at other states that had done this and look at their number of weeks, we could extrapolate based on our head count is in the education system what it might look like for us and get close. It wouldn't be exact, but it would be close.
But it wouldn't be that every year on an annual basis.
Well,
is what I'm saying.
let's say
I think the last fiscal note that I saw was like $7.2 million, maybe.
I saw
if that,
one that
or am I
was-
confusing it with another fiscal note?
Yeah, I saw one that was in the $50 million range, and then one that was $28 million. And I can't recall if that was the state employees. And on the education side, we've got many more female employees of childbearing ages. And so I'd have to think if there was a state similar to us, you got basically the same pool of educators, whether they're support staff or classroom teachers, whatever, whomever. And then we take that number and roll it per weeks and see what that state may have 12 weeks, may have 10 weeks.
But the other thing about it, Senator, is that although these women are childbearing age, doesn't necessarily mean they want to have children, doesn't necessarily mean they can have children. And that's why I said I don't think you can really get an exact number.
No,
now, I think the closest you might could come to it is getting the number of women who had babies in the last year in 2023, and let that be a figure where you at least start.
Yeah, I don't, you're talking about mainly, excuse me, a college-educated group of people, mainly. You're going to have exceptions to that with support staff, et cetera. But that's the reason, if you took a snapshot of other states and compare them and how many weeks and assume that they're going to more or less have so many children in the childbearing years, over a period of time, like you're saying, some years it may be here, some years it's down here, but you get some kind of average over a period and then run the numbers as to what that would mean based on Alabama pay to get a substitute teacher, et cetera, and the cost related to there too.
And then the same, I don't know if one of your amendments is related to the fathers and paternity, but
No,
what is that?
I'm not putting that amendment in.
Okay.
Because we'll take it one step at a time. And to be perfectly honest, I was with Representative Shaver, who had handled the state employees. When she was working on state employees, I had no idea. And I was working on the educators, or at least public school personnel bill. And of course, it was your idea to put them together so that they're both, which was a great idea, that both sides would get the same thing. But, and she was in agreement with me with the amendments that she said she thought, because I think she had 8 weeks initially. I didn't know she did, but I had 12 weeks initially, which is what the federal leave has on it, Family Leave Act has on it. But I thought a good compromise would be 8 weeks. Unfortunately, we're not expecting this bill to be able to pass the House, but in good measure, I would like to pass it out today so that we can let our employees know that we are working on it. So, and then I'm coming back next year. But I have to tell you guys, and when I say guys, I'm meaning males, I will be back with a vengeance next year with these bills that have to do with women and women's rights. Because so many bills are passed that make decisions for us that you all don't have to go through, but we do. None of you have ever been pregnant. None of you have or ever will be pregnant. None of you have ever had a baby. You have no idea what it's like. Not only the physical things we have to go through, but the mental and emotional things that we have to go through. And the least you all can do is give us time, a little time, 8 weeks, to deal with that. And so I just want to say, I will be coming back with the vengeance next year, and I won't be by myself. But if we could just pass this today, if you don't want me to pass the amendments as is, then, but at least if you don't want to pass the 8-week amendment, I'll withdraw it, but I would like to add stillbirth to it, because there is a physical baby that is born dead. And so the woman still has to recover physically, but the emotions and the mental part of that are huge. So I do think that we need to add stillborn babies to it.
So here, let me say this, and then I'll step back. My concern is that we vote these today knowing the bill is not going to pass or pass the House.
It's not enough time to pass.
Exactly. So that we're somewhat on record of supporting 8 weeks versus 6 weeks versus whatever.
Well, you all can vote whatever you want to vote. I just wanted an up or down vote. I want people to know, I want women to know that I am making every effort I can.
Right.
And we put this on the table. It's conversation, and it's a bipartisan effort with Representative Shaver, and she and I are both on the same page.
Let me ask you this. Why, this issue came up this year. First I've seen or heard of it, and I've been here 18 years. Why is it just now taking root?
Well, believe it or not,
you were such a passionate
and I can speak for
smoking,
me.
and it took years.
I've been passionate about women's issues too. And
you have, but on this issue, it's kind of an issue of first impression, that seeing a bill and understanding.
Okay, let me
why
tell
now,
you.
Why and I've got to do my research.
I thought we already did it. I thought we already did it.
And our insurance or our state for
I thought we already gave paid leave to our educators, to our school personnel. I really did. And then my son, who is the Democratic nominee for Congress, Shamari Figures, told me, he said, "Mama, did you know that da da da?" And I said, "What?" I said, "No, they do get it." He said, "No, they don't." So that was news to me. So of course, when I hear about something that is not being done, well, all of us do that. And then we go to try to correct it. So that is why you're just hearing about it from me, because I didn't know it. If I had known about it before now, I would.
I would have thought, but
absolutely.
Let me say this, with the understanding that I and probably most people in here haven't done an analysis of what other states are doing, what the financial impact is. Are we doing it the best way? I just don't know. So if we pass something today, we may this time next year
you
change
don't
our
have
minds.
to vote for it,
Understand.
but you don't have to vote for it.
Understand, but
like I said, it needs to be done, and we need to find a way to make it be done.
Right.
Because without women going through that process, none of us would be here.
That's right.
And I think we need to at least show that respect, that honor to the women for going through that. I mean, it was God's idea, but I just wish you guys could be able to experience it. Like if there was a simulator or something where you could actually experience it all, and
I'll leave it to the stronger gender.
Hormone changes and everything. I promise you, you would have a whole new outlook about women's issues. So with that, I move to adopt the amendment using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss.
You got to go home and face your wives.
Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures.
Aye.
Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
21 ayes, 4 nays. The Senator Figures Amendment number 2 passes.
And this is the last amendment, Mr. President and members. It deals with the stillbirth of a child if the stillbirth is confirmed in writing by a healthcare professional.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill 305 by Senator Figures. Replace line 88 on page 4 with the following. Placed with the employee, the stillbirth of a child if the stillbirth is confirmed in writing by a healthcare professional.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of the amendment using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection?
The long roll.
All right. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman-Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures,
Aye.
Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
(26 ayes, 2 nays). The Senator Figures Amendment number 3 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move for final passage of SB 305, reading at length to be dispensed with, using previous roll without objection, which I doubt they're going to want a long roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Yeah.
Great.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 2 nays. Senate Bill 305 passes. Thank you, Senator Figures.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members of the Senate.
All right, real quick, I want to make one announcement before we get started. I missed this on the previous bill, House Bill 418. Representative Mike Kirkland is in the gallery. That was his first bill. So, Representative Kirkland, congratulations. And then, Senator Figures, we need you to request unanimous consent to transmit the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to transmit Senate Bill 305.
All right. Any objection?
Objection.
All right. Okay. Then the bill is not transmit. Okay.
You didn't tell me you were going to do that, Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'd like to have a moment of personal privilege.
You recognize?
Senator, I just want to let you know, you and I have had conversation about this legislation. You bring up some very important topics and issues, and you've already said the bill doesn't have the opportunity to make a path downstairs. But there are topics that we've discussed as a result of the amendments that you were able to bring and the votes that you have on those. I also recognize, related to this issue, as is the case, anytime we look at a circumstance like this, you've got budgetary requests, you've got budgetary requirements to have these kinds of things come into effect. It's going to cost the budget money. You know, I respect the budget chair who was dialoguing with you, recognizing it's his job to be trying to stay in touch with what it costs in regards to those topics. But issues that are associated with education, I know are important to you always. But you always bring themes and topics. Females are in a minority in this chamber, but your thoughts and your ideas are very important to what we're doing. And the fact that we're able to bring this up to date, your request, have the review and the discussion, even though we knew that it wasn't going to be able to make its path, you've already stated that you're going to be back next year and be continuing to work with all of us on things that are important related to this issue. And I just wanted to thank you for it.
Well, Mr. President, I just want to say it really stings that you voted not to, that you objected to it being transmitted. It does, because it wasn't going anywhere anyway. And I've not objected to anything else being transmitted here. I always try to work with everybody. But maybe I'm going to have to start raising hell like Senator Smitherman and Senator Singleton does. Especially Senator Singleton. I mean, well, both of them, they are just our champions. But obviously, you're right. The females are a minority in elective office all over, but we are not a minority as voters. We are not. And, maybe I just need to leave the Senate and start energizing women all over to let them know the power that they really do have. And maybe that's where we start to make the changes. But I'm just really disappointed because I haven't had many bills this session. Anyway, thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, Senator Figures. All right.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, at this point, if we go in the regular order, and I've discussed with members in both caucuses, we're going to move to local bills. And so we've got a number of local bills that have been very important to members. And so in moving forward with those local bills, if members have issues with local bills, then I'm going to ask you to come and dialogue with the chairman. But in that, he's going to be able to move those forward for the benefit of the balance of the membership. Once we get to the place that we've chosen to finish with what we're doing with local bills at this point, then we're going to be in a place to where we're going to adjourn for the day. So I just want to make the membership aware of that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you to recognize the chairman of LL1.
All right, Secretary, call the first local bill.
Page 23 of the calendar. House Bill number 193 by Representative Warren relating to Macon County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Any objection to using previous roll? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
(28 ayes, 0 nays). The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 193 by Representative Warren regarding Macon County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 193 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 328 by Representative Bedsole and others regarding Shelby County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 328 by Representative Bedsole and others regarding Shelby County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 328 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 262 by Representative Colvin, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Marshall County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 262 by Representative Colvin, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Marshall County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 262 passes.
Mr. President, I move certification using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. The certification resolution is adopted. Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up a local bill out of order, HB 85. That was a call of the chair.
Call the chair?
Yes.
All right, Secretary called. What was the bill number?
HB 85.
HB 85.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 85 by Representative Estes relating to Marion County.
Mr. President, Senator Gudger. Amendment I'd like to add. Make a motion to.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Replace line 28 through 29 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 41 on page 2 with the following.
I'd like to make a motion for this amendment using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Gudger, amendment's adopted.
Thank you. Now I'd like to make a motion for final passage of this local bill using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-seven ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 85 passes. Thanks, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 322 by Representative Wood, R, regarding Calhoun County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR, use previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 322 by Representative Wood, R, regarding Calhoun County.
Mr. President, I move final passage, use previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 322 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 323 by Representative Wood regarding Calhoun County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR, use previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays.
28 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 323 by Representative Wood, R, regarding Calhoun County.
Mr. President, I move the BR, using previous rule.
Any objection?
Sorry. I move final
passage.
Using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, no nays.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 323 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
Page 47 of the calendar. House Bill number 416 by Representative Marcus relating to Coffee County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR, use previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 416 by Representative Marcus relating to Coffee County.
Mr. President, I move final passage, using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 416 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
Page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 428 by Representative Rim regarding Henry County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR, using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 428 by Representative Rim relating to Henry County.
Mr. President, I move final passage, using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 428 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 429 by Representative Yarborough relating to Lawrence County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 429 by Representative Yarborough relating to Lawrence County.
Mr. President, I move passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 429 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 287 by Representative Hassel regarding Montgomery County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, I'm sorry, 1 no. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 287 by Representative Hassel regarding Montgomery County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule. Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule.
Is there any objection? See none, call the previous roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 1 no. The bill passes. Ask the desk to call the next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 288 by Representative Hassel regarding Montgomery County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous rule.
Any objection to the previous roll? Seeing none, I'll ask the desk to call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is adopted. I'll ask the desk to call the next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill 288 by Representative Hassel regarding Montgomery County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule.
Any objection to the previous roll? Seeing none, ask the desk to call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 1 no. The bill passes. Senator Chambliss. Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 49 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 310 by Senator Kelly relating to Calhoun County, BIR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous rule.
Any objection to the previous roll? Seeing none, ask the desk to call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, no nays. We have adoption. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 310 by Senator Kelly regarding Calhoun County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule.
Any objection to the previous roll? Seeing none, ask the desk to call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 1 nay. We have approval. Ask the desk to call the next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 304 by Representative Robertson regarding Calhoun County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous rule.
Any objection to the previous roll? Seeing none, ask the desk to call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. We have adoption. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill 304 by Representative Robertson regarding Calhoun County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
Any objection to the previous roll? Seeing none, ask the desk to call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, no nays. We have adoption. Ask the desk to call the next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 369 by Representative Harbison relating to Coleman County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
Any objection to the previous roll? Seeing none, ask the desk to call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 369 by Representative Harbison regarding Coleman County.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, no nays. House Bill 369 passes. All right, Secretary, call next local bill.
Page 50 of the calendar, House Bill 370 by Representatives Harbison and Shedd regarding Coleman County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 370 by Representatives Harbison and Shedd regarding Coleman County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 370 passes, and yes, you are going to have to separate Connie. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill 371 by Representative Harbison and others regarding Coleman County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill 371 by Representative Harbison and others regarding Coleman County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 371 passes. All right, Secretary, call next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 427 by Representative Estes relating to Lamar County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, no nays.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 427 by Representative Estes regarding Lamar County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, no nays.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 427 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 19 by Representative Kirkland, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Jackson County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 19 by Representative Kirkland, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Jackson County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, no nays.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House House Bill 19 passes.
Mr. President, I move certification using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Certification resolutions adopted.
Mr. President, I move unanimous consent to transmit Senate Bill 310.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 64 of the calendar. Hold on. What did we just pass? On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 395 by Representative Sorrells regarding Houston County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 395 by Representative Sorrells regarding Houston County.
Mr. President, I move passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton.
0 nays. The House Bill 395 passes. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill 430 by Representative Lee and others regarding Houston County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 430 by Representative Lee and others regarding Houston County.
Mr. President, I move passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 430 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill 343 by Representative Holt Jones, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Baldwin County, BIR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill 343 by Representative Holt Jones, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Baldwin County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 343 passes.
Mr. President, I move certification using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Certification resolutions adopted. All right, Secretary, call next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 431 by Representative Rim and others regarding Houston County, BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill 431 by Representative Rim and others regarding Houston County.
Mr. President, I move passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 431 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 450 by Representative Starnes regarding Autauga County, a proposed constitutional amendment. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 450 by Representative Starnes, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Autauga County.
Mr. President, I have sub.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute.
Substitute for House Bill number 450 by Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the sub using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Chambliss substitute's adopted.
Mr. President, I move certification using previous roll.
Need to do final passage first.
I move final passage using previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 450 passes. All right.
Mr. President, I move certification using the previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The certification resolution's adopted. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 144. Excuse me, that's wrong. On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 231 by Representative Smith regarding Chilton County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 231 by Representative Smith regarding Chilton County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 231 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 311 by Representative Easterbrook, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Choctaw County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill 311 by Representative Easterbrook, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Choctaw County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 311 passes.
Mr. President, I move certification using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The certification resolution's adopted. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 457 by Representative Shedd regarding Coleman County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 457 by Representative Shedd regarding Coleman County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 457 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill 455 by Representatives Baker and Hammett regarding Escambia County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 455 by Representatives Baker and Hammett regarding Escambia County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 455 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
President.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Reed.
Go ahead, Mr. President. You call this bill, and then I need you to come to me.
Okay. All right, Secretary, let's go to the next local bill.
Page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 445 by Representative McCampbell and Jackson regarding Marengo County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
$25 ayes, 1 nay. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 72 of the calendar, House Bill number 445 by Representative McCampbell and Jackson regarding Marengo County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 1 nay. House Bill 445 passes. All right, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your hard work and attention today. We've had a diligent work day. Worked on our education budget, which is so important. We had 15 House bills that we worked on, as well as 26 House bills, local bills that we worked on. Very important to each of you. So I want to thank you for your hard work and strong debate. We may have another.
All right, Senator Carnley, you wanted a moment of personal privilege, is that right?
Yes, I appreciate you allowing me to come up here and speak a minute.
Talk about the national championship with your daughter. You're proud of that?
Oh, yeah.
Cheerleading.
Cheerleaders did a great job. Thank you for allowing them to come up last week and recognize them, and it was a special day because it was my daughter's birthday. So it all worked out well. Governor took time to take a picture with them and got to enjoy that. And, it's been a busy week up here and getting to participate in the education budget and all the things that go along with that. Thanks, Senator Orr, for working hard on that. Our committee, I know a lot of things go into that, and, grateful for that. And Senator Chambliss and all he does for our local legislation, had a few local bills that important to our home, and thankful that we were able to get those on the calendar and get a vote on those. I know that's been a point of trying to work through our state legislation to get to local legislation. I think a lot of folks back home get worried that, getting caught up in the wash, maybe we may not get to them, and thankful that the leader puts priority on these things and make sure that we're able to get them done, and done a good job this week. I know there's a lot of moving parts, and I'm learning a lot when we get down to the end of session about how to get those things in there and how much time we've got left to get a bill finished and across the finish line. And I tell folks back home it's a process, and it's a good process. I mean, it's frustrating when you're trying to get through something, but it's good for our constituents because it takes time for those things to happen. But a lot of good things have happened today, and Senator Singleton, I'm proud for him and the health care bill that he was able to get for his community. I know I think our Southeast Alabama was in running for that, but understand that it's important to West Alabama. I have friends over there, and I know that you guys will do a good job, and had a lot of good things.
Yeah, no, that's good. I think Senator Singleton wanted a moment of personal privilege, too, to talk about the Demopolis New School. And
yes, Mr. President, thank you for this part of personal privilege. I again want to thank the body for entrusting in us starting with the budget chairmen, Mr. Pro Tem, who signed on to this bill that gave us confidence, the governor of the state of Alabama, who supported this. This is her second year in her State of the Union supporting this particular bill. This was a priority of the governor. I want to thank the governor for sticking with us, her staff for working with us, all of our staff, both the Senate Pro Tem, the Lieutenant Governor staff. Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, for sticking with us when we came to Marshall County. You gave us your commitment on that night, and you have been steadfast with us to this point, and I want to thank you so much for the work you did to make sure that we got across the finish line. Again, thank you very much. And so we gonna continue to talk, and I want to thank Mr. Majority Leader, and his staff for the work that they did. That bill is gonna be a jewel for the state of Alabama. While some may think that it is some questions about it, I think we're going to be able to dot all the I's, cross all the T's, answer all the questions for everything that we need to do. So we're just going to continue to work hard, stay steadfast, and continue to work towards a positive Alabama. We've had a great session this year, and it's been a tired session. The first 5 weeks, I felt that there was a lot of things that was thrown at us. We got out of that, we went into workforce. Now we're coming into a lot of our local stuff where it really matters. People are able to get their local bills out, sending home what they need. So I just want to thank the body for working. I mean, we could fall apart, but we together decide to stick together here in the Senate. Everybody may not like it, but it works. And when we work together, we get a lot of things accomplished. And those things that we get accomplished actually moves the needle here in the state of Alabama. It's not just for pomps and circumstances. It's just not for show. It's about us moving the needle for those things that works for the betterment and for the better of the livelihood for the people of the state of Alabama. Because that's our number one customer, are the people. And the people of the state of Alabama, it's what makes this state tick. We are competitive not only with other states around us, but we're competitive in a global sense, in a global nature, while we build this ecosystem inside to make sure that we'll continue to stay competitive. Our education system is one of the most important parts of that ecosystem. If we don't have a strong education system, then we will fail. If we don't have strong agencies that are around us, then we will fail. That's why we must do our general fund. That's why I'm hopefully that we can look forward and look again in your hearts to come back with the gaming bill at some point, because that's going to be new revenue that's going to become, because 2026, we're going to be fizzling out of all these federal dollars. We've been kicking around these federal dollars, boy. We've been living all high hog, all Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam going to get skinny here in a minute. Uncle Sam kind of fat now, but he's going to get skinny again. And so we're going to need extra money coming into this state. So we still have the ability, and I have the confidence that the state of Alabama will move forward. Mr. President, thank you for that point of personal privilege, and I want to yield to the gentleman across the way from down in southeast Alabama.
Yeah, Senator Chastain, I think.
Privilege.
Yeah, you're recognized, and after you, I think Senator Elliott wanted to talk as well. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. To my colleague across the way, I too want to congratulate you on your health science school. We had an opportunity to have those the group down in Dothan for a visit, and learned a lot about the process. I know that you and your entire team have spent a lot of time, and look forward to the good things that can come out of your area of the state. As you said earlier today, we got to recognize all parts of our state, rural areas included. They're not to be forgotten in any of this that we do up here. So, again, congratulations to you. I also want to thank our colleague from Jefferson for working me on with a piece of legislation that we're hopefully be able to bring to the body next week. This year the Literacy Act will be implemented for third graders. And so we're working very hard on the first grade readiness bill that has come out of the House for the last couple of years.
And so I want to thank my colleague for the time that he's given me to try to work out some issues with this first grade readiness bill, and try to give these kids a firm foundation so that we give them a pathway to success. And with that, I'll yield to Pro Tem.
All right. Thanks, Senator Chastain.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, we've moved through a good day today. We've had a lot of agreements about what we are going to do as a body, and I know that those are important to the body and things that we have to do. Again, we moved through the education budget today. Total of 15 House bills, 26 House local bills, a lot of work. With that, I'm going to make a motion that we stand adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, May the 7th.
All right. Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.